I finally exposed my aunt's years of lies at our family reunion. 37, work as a librarian, and have always been the quiet one in my family. My Aunt Carol, 52, has been the self-appointed family matriarch for as long as I can remember. She's one of those people who somehow manages to be at the center of every family conversation, always has the latest gossip, and everyone thinks she's just hilarious. Everyone except me. For years, Carol had this thing where she'd make these little comments about me. Nothing that seemed outright mean if you weren't paying attention, but always designed to make me look like the family weirdo. She'd tell people I was antisocial, that I was ungrateful for family help, that I lived like a hermit with my cats. The worst part was how she'd deliver these comments, always with this laugh, like it was all just harmless family teasing. I tried confronting her privately multiple times over the years. She'd always brush it off with something like, "Oh, honey, you're being too sensitive." Or, "I was just joking around. You know I love you." Then she'd give me this patronizing hug and act like I was the one with the problem. Meanwhile, I could see how other relatives started treating me differently. Conversations would get awkward when I joined them. People stopped including me in group plans. My own cousins would give me these pitying looks like I was some tragic spinster. The thing that really got to me was that Carol had this way of rewriting history. She'd tell people I was ungrateful because I didn't call her enough, but she never mentioned that every time I did call, she'd spend the entire conversation criticizing my life choices. She'd say I was antisocial because I didn't come to every single family gathering, but she never mentioned that I worked weekends at the library, or that I actually showed up to more events than half our relatives. Our annual family reunion happens every August at this lodge up at Pine Lake. It's this massive 3-day weekend where like 35 relatives cram into this rental place with too few bathrooms, and everyone pretends to have a great time. Carol always holds court in the main living room, telling stories and making everyone laugh. I usually end up sitting at the quiet end of whatever room we're in, barely participating, because I know anything I say will somehow get twisted into gossip fodder later. My Uncle Mike was actually the one who'd organized the whole thing. She was in rare form, telling stories about everyone's kids, making jokes about who was dating whom, just generally being the center of attention. I was picking at my food and trying to stay invisible when she turned her spotlight on me. She started with this fake, concerned tone, asking how work was going, if I was getting out there socially. I gave short answers because I knew where this was heading. Then she got this little smirk on her face and delivered the line that changed everything. "Well, I'm sure our librarian here is probably too busy with her cats to ever build a real family like the rest of us." The whole table erupted in laughter. Not mean laughter exactly, but that kind of knowing chuckle that meant everyone thought this was just Carol being Carol, making her harmless little jokes about weird antisocial me. I felt my face get hot, and this weird buzzing sensation started in my ears. I looked around the table and realized that in that moment, I wasn't a person to these people. I was Carol's punchline. I mumbled some excuse about being tired and got up from the table. A few people made half-hearted, "Don't go" noises, but nobody actually tried to stop me. I could hear Carol's voice starting up again before I even left the dining room, probably moving on to her next target. I went up to my room and just lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. The worst part wasn't even the joke itself. It was the laughter. All these people I'd known my whole life, and they thought it was funny that I was alone. They thought it was entertaining that Carol could just dismiss my entire life like that. That's when something clicked for me. I'd been trying to handle Carol privately for years, and it never worked. She'd just deny everything and make me feel crazy for bringing it up. But she'd never had a problem embarrassing me in public. She'd built her whole family persona on making me the butt of her jokes. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through months of screenshots I'd been taking. See, I'd learned to document Carol's behavior after the third or fourth time she completely denied saying things I knew she'd said. I had messages where she called me pathetic, emails where she made up stories about my job performance to other relatives. Sound of that laughter and feel this sick feeling in my stomach. The thing is, I'd tried handling Carol privately so many times over the years. I'd pulled her aside at Christmas, called her after family events, even wrote her a long email once explaining how her comments affected me. Nothing ever worked. She'd always find a way to flip it around, make me seem like the oversensitive one who couldn't take a joke. Then she'd go right back to doing the same thing at the next gathering. I realized that confronting her privately was never going to work because Carol's power came from her public persona. She'd built this image of herself as the fun, outspoken aunt who just tells it like it is. Meanwhile, she'd painted me as this sad, antisocial cat lady who couldn't handle family banter. As long as those roles stayed in place, nothing would change. Around 3 a.m, I made my decision. If Carol wanted to embarrass me in front of the whole family, I'd return the favor. But I wasn't going to sink to her level of making things up or exaggerating. I was going to use her own words. I spent the next 2 hours going through my phone, organizing all the screenshots and emails I'd saved over the past couple years. There were messages where she called me pathetic to my cousin Jake. Emails to my mom where she suggested I might need therapy because I was clearly struggling with basic social skills. Screenshots of her telling people I was probably lying about working weekends because librarians don't really work that hard anyway. The worst one was from about 6 months ago. She'd sent this long message to our family group chat when I couldn't make it to my nephew's birthday party because I had to work. She went on this whole rant about how some people use work as an excuse to avoid family, and how it was sad that some people would rather hide behind their jobs than face their responsibilities. Everyone knew she was talking about me, but she never used my name, so I couldn't call her out without looking paranoid. I printed everything at the lodge's little business center early the next morning. The desk clerk gave me weird looks because it was like 20 pages, but I didn't care. I organized it all chronologically in a folder and practiced in my head what I was going to say. The family meeting was scheduled for stay connected. Then she turned to me with this fake, encouraging smile and said, "Maybe I should say a few words about the importance of family, since I'd been so quiet lately." I could see what she was doing. She was setting me up to either decline and look antisocial, or agree and give her another opportunity to make me look awkward in front of everyone. It was the same trap she'd been setting for years. But this time, I was ready for it. I stood up with my folder and said I actually did have something to share with everyone. The room got quiet, because I think people were genuinely surprised to hear me speak up. Carol looked pleased with herself, probably thinking she'd successfully pushed me into participating. I opened the folder and started reading. I began with the message where she called me pathetic, explaining the context of what family event I'd supposedly ruined by not attending. Then I moved on to the email about my job performance, where she'd told my mom that she doubted I was actually good at my job because I seemed too scattered at family gatherings. The room went completely silent, like dead silent. I could hear someone's coffee cup clinking against their saucer, but nobody was talking. Carol's face went from smug to confused to panicked in about 30 seconds. I kept reading. The message about how I was probably depressed and needed intervention. The one where she speculated about my dating life to my cousins, making up stories about why I was single. The email where she suggested I might have some kind of social disorder that made me unsuitable for family functions. By the time I got to the group chat rant about people using work to avoid family, you could have heard a pin drop. Several people were staring at Carol with their mouths open. My cousin Sarah looked horrified. Even Uncle Mike was avoiding eye contact with his wife. Carol tried to interrupt me a few times, saying things were taken out of context or that I was misunderstanding her tone. But I just kept reading, in this calm, steady voice. Every word was hers. Every cruel observation, every dismissive comment, every lie she'd spread about my life over the past 2 years. When I finished, I closed the folder and sat back down. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever to do. We all just sat there in this awkward silence for like 5 minutes. Finally, my Uncle Dave cleared his throat and suggested we take a break from the meeting. People started getting up and wandering off in small groups, whispering to each other. The reactions split pretty much immediately. The older relatives were not happy with me at all. My great-aunt Helen pulled me aside within an hour and told me that what I'd done was inappropriate, that we don't air dirty laundry in public like that. She said Carol might have her flaws, but family business should stay private. My dad's brother said something similar, that I'd embarrassed the whole family by creating drama at what was supposed to be a peaceful gathering. But then my cousin Sarah came up to me while I was sitting alone on the deck and said she had no idea Carol had been saying those things about me. She apologized for not standing up for me more over the years, said she'd always just assumed Carol's comments were harmless teasing. My younger cousin Jake told me he'd gotten weird messages from Carol about other family members too, and now he was wondering what she'd been saying about him behind his back. The weirdest part was my mom's reaction. She found me later that afternoon and said she wished I'd handled it differently, but she understood why I felt like I had no other choice. Apparently, Carol had been sending her those emails for months, and my mom had been trying to figure out how to address it without causing family drama. She said she felt guilty for not shutting it down sooner. Carol and Uncle Mike packed up and left that afternoon. Mike looked completely defeated when he was loading their car. He didn't say anything to me, but he didn't seem angry either. Just tired, like this was something he'd been expecting for a while. Carol didn't even look in my direction when they drove away. The rest of the reunion was bizarre. Without Carol there to dominate every conversation, the whole dynamic shifted. People were actually talking to me instead of around me. My nephew asked me about my job for the first time ever, seemed genuinely interested in what working at a library was like. Conversations felt more balanced somehow, like everyone could breathe a little easier. But I could tell there were still... Linda, who's usually pretty quiet, posted this long message about how Carol had been spreading rumors about her divorce for months, making up details about her ex-husband and her finances that weren't true. My cousin David said Carol had told people he was having money problems when he'd actually just chosen to downsize his house. Suddenly, all these stories were coming out about Carol's behind-the-scenes behavior that people had been keeping to themselves. The group chat got so heated that my Uncle Dave, who's usually the family peacekeeper, had to post a message asking everyone to cool it down. But the damage was done. The family was clearly split into camps now. People who thought Carol was harmless and I'd overreacted, and people who were glad someone had finally called her out. Then the invitations started getting revoked. My grandmother, who hosts Christmas every year, called me about 3 weeks after the reunion. She said she'd decided not to invite Carol and Mike this year because she didn't want any more drama. She sounded really sad about it, like she felt guilty, but she said she thought it would be better for everyone if things cooled down first. My cousin Jake's wedding is coming up in October, and apparently there's been this whole debate about whether to invite Carol. Jake ended up calling me to ask how I felt about it, which was weird because nobody's ever asked for my input on family stuff before. I told him it was his wedding and he should invite whoever he wanted, but I could tell the whole situation was stressing him out. The guilt started hitting me around then. I kept thinking about Carol crying when she left the lodge, about how Uncle Mike looked so defeated. I'd wanted to stop her from controlling the narrative about me, but I hadn't really thought through what would happen to her afterward. Part of me felt like maybe I should have tried one more private conversation, even though I knew from experience it wouldn't have worked. But then I'd remember how it felt sitting at that dinner table, listening to everyone laugh at her joke about my cats, and I'd feel angry all over again. For the first time in years, people were actually listening to me instead of dismissing me as Carol's weird antisocial niece. I finally had my voice back in this family, even if it came at the cost of blowing everything up. It's been about 2 months now, and Carol still hasn't tried to contact me directly. No apology, no attempt to... When I refused to pay for my brother's honeymoon, he exposed a secret I never wanted public. I'm a 30-year-old middle school teacher, and I've been dealing with my spoiled younger brother Jake, 27, and my enabling parents my entire life. Growing up, I was always the responsible one while Jake got away with everything. When he wanted something, our parents made it happen. When they couldn't afford it, suddenly it became my problem to solve. This pattern started when we were teenagers. Jake would mess up at school or get in trouble, and I'd be the one expected to help him with homework or cover for him with our parents. As we got older, it shifted to money. Jake needed rent money when he got fired from another job, cash for his engagement ring because he'd blown his savings on a gaming setup, help with car insurance payments when he couldn't be bothered to budget properly. Every single time, our parents would call me with the same guilt trip about family sticking together and how I should be grateful to help my little brother succeed. I've probably handed over $8,000 to Jake over the years. Not once has he paid any of it back. Not once has he even acknowledged that these were loans and not gifts. Meanwhile, I've been living in the same cramped apartment for 5 years, driving a car with 200,000 miles on it, and clipping coupons so I can save every possible penny for a house down payment. I teach middle school, which means I'm not exactly rolling in money, but I've been disciplined about saving, because owning my own place has been my dream since college. The whole situation came to a head last month when my parents invited me over for Sunday dinner. I actually thought it might be a normal family meal for once. Maybe they wanted to hear about my house hunting progress, since I'd finally saved enough for a decent down payment and had been looking at places in my price range. I should have known something was up when Jake showed up with his fiancée Sarah and had this weird energy about him, like he was excited about something. We're sitting around the dinner table and everything seems normal at first. My mom made her usual pot roast, my dad was complaining about work, and Jake was telling us about wedding planning stuff. Sarah seemed nice enough, though I'd only met her a handful of times since they got engaged. They were talking about venues and guest lists and all the typical wedding chaos. Then, out of big sister is a teacher with no kids and nothing better to spend her money on. She's going to cover it for us as our wedding gift. I actually stopped chewing. The whole table went quiet. Jake was sitting there with this expectant smile like he'd just announced something generous and wonderful, while Sarah looked confused, and my parents were suddenly very interested in their plates. The casual way he said it, like it was already decided, like my money was just automatically available for whatever he wanted. It hit me like a punch to the stomach. I managed to say that I wasn't planning on covering their honeymoon, that I was saving for a house. I tried to keep it light, maybe make a joke about teacher salaries not exactly covering luxury vacations for other people. But Jake's whole demeanor changed immediately. The fake cheerful expression dropped, and he got that look he used to get as a kid when he didn't get his way. My parents jumped in immediately with their usual routine. Mom started talking about how family helps family, and how this was such an important time for Jake and Sarah. Dad mentioned how I didn't have the same expenses as people with kids, so I could afford to be generous. They were tag-teaming me like they always did, applying just enough pressure to make me feel guilty for not automatically opening my wallet. But I held firm. I explained that I'd been saving for years to buy a house, that I'd already helped Jake countless times, and that a Bali honeymoon wasn't exactly a necessity. I could see Jake getting more frustrated with each word, and I knew from experience that he was building up to something. He always had a nuclear option when he didn't get what he wanted, some way to make me look like the bad guy for not giving in to whatever he was demanding. That's when Jake leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said the thing that changed everything between us. The thing that made me realize our relationship had been broken for a lot longer than I wanted to admit. Jake looked at me with this cruel smile I'd never seen before, and said something that still makes my blood boil when I think about it. He told everyone at that dinner table that I'd been wasting money for years going to therapy, paying some stranger to listen to me complain about fake problems. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear, with this smug tone like he was exposing some dirty secret and the constant stress of being treated like the family's personal ATM. The sessions were on Saturday mornings, and I'd always told my parents I was running errands or meeting friends. I'd been so careful to keep it private because I knew exactly how my family would react, and Jake had just proved me right. My mom immediately jumped in with her usual tone, saying I didn't need to pay someone to talk when I had family to support me. She made it sound like therapy was this ridiculous luxury, like I was paying someone to tell me my problems weren't real. My dad just looked uncomfortable and started talking about the weather, which is what he always does when family drama gets too intense for him to handle. But Jake wasn't finished. He kept going about how I was being selfish and making excuses instead of supporting family during important moments. He said I was always finding reasons not to help, always claiming I didn't have money when clearly I had enough to waste on unnecessary things. The way he said it made therapy sound like some kind of shopping addiction or gambling problem. I'm sitting there feeling completely exposed and betrayed, trying to figure out how he even found out. Then I remembered that a few months ago, I'd run into his friend Marcus at the grocery store right after a therapy appointment, and I'd been carrying the folder with my therapist's business card visible. Marcus must have mentioned it to Jake, and Jake had been sitting on this information, waiting for the perfect moment to use it against me. The worst part was watching my parents' reaction. Instead of being angry that Jake had violated my privacy, or concerned that their daughter had been struggling enough to need professional help, they just looked embarrassed that this family business was being discussed at the dinner table. Like the problem wasn't that Jake had weaponized my mental health against me, but that now they had to acknowledge that one of their children wasn't perfectly fine. I sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to just apologize and leave like I always did. That's what they expected from me, what they were used to. The responsible daughter who keeps the peace, who doesn't make waves, who absorbs everyone else's drama without fighting back. I could feel that familiar urge to just shrink down and make myself smaller so everyone else could be comfortable. It really was. He was willing to humiliate his own sister, to expose something deeply personal that he knew I wanted to keep private, just to manipulate me into paying for his vacation. This wasn't about family support or helping with an important life event. This was about a spoiled brat who couldn't handle hearing the word no. So instead of apologizing or leaving quietly, I stood up from my chair and looked directly at Jake. I told him that if he wanted to talk about money and waste, then we should really talk about money. And then I started listing every single loan, every bailout, every time I'd covered for him over the past decade. I told everyone at that table about the $2,000 for his security deposit when he got evicted because he'd spent his rent money on concert tickets. The $800 for car repairs when he'd neglected basic maintenance and his engine died. The $500 for credit card minimum payments when he'd maxed out his cards buying electronics he couldn't afford. Every single time our parents had called me about Jake needing help, every guilt trip about family obligations, every dollar that had disappeared into his irresponsible lifestyle without ever being acknowledged or repaid. The looks on their faces changed completely as I kept talking. My parents seemed shocked by the actual numbers, like they'd never added up how much they'd pressured me to give their golden child over the years. Sarah looked mortified, probably realizing for the first time what kind of family she was marrying into. And Jake just sat there, getting more and more angry as I exposed his pattern of taking advantage of everyone around him. How my mother reacted when I gave her the bill for every loan she claimed was just family duty. I'm a 41-year-old accountant, and for the past 15 years, I've been my mother's personal ATM. My siblings, Sarah, 38, Mike, 35, and Jessica, 29, have always known about it, but never once offered to help when Mom came knocking on my door with her hand out. Instead, they'd make jokes about it at family gatherings, calling me Mom's favorite or her little banker, like it was some cute family quirk instead of the financial drain it actually was. It started when I was 26 and just getting established in my career. Mom called me crying about how her car had broken down and she couldn't afford the repairs. She needed $800 and promised she'd pay me back as soon as her next paycheck came in. Being young and stupid, I believed her. The paycheck came and went, and so did several others, but my $800 never came back. When I brought it up a few months later, she acted like I was being petty for keeping track of family help. That became the pattern for the next decade and a half. Every few months, sometimes more often, Mom would have some crisis that required my immediate financial intervention. The car repairs turned into rent help, which turned into utility bills, which turned into medical expenses, which eventually turned into things like vacation funds and kitchen renovations. The amounts got bigger, too. What started as a few hundred here and there eventually became thousands at a time. The excuses were always the same. She was short this month because of an unexpected expense. Her hours got cut at work. She had to help out a friend who was in trouble. She deserved a little treat after working so hard all her life. And always, she'd promised to pay me back just as soon as things got better. Things never got better, and I never saw a dime returned. What made it worse was how she acted at family events. Mom would go on and on about how generous she was with her children, how she'd give us the shirt off her back, how family should always help each other out. My siblings would nod along and praise her for being such a giving mother. Meanwhile, I'd be sitting there knowing that the generous gift she'd given Jessica for her wedding came straight out of my checking account. Every promise to pay it back. I told myself I was doing it in case she ever actually wanted to make good on her promises. But deep down, I think I knew I was building a case for something bigger. The breaking point came at Mom's 65th birthday dinner last month. We were at her favorite restaurant with the whole family, all my siblings, their spouses, the kids. Mom was in her element, holding court and telling stories about what a wonderful mother she'd been and how proud she was of all of us. She'd had a few glasses of wine and was getting more animated by the minute. When it came time to open gifts, she made a big show of unwrapping the expensive watch I'd bought her. She held it up for everyone to see and announced that it was beautiful, then looked right at me and said with a huge grin that she guessed she was getting her own money back as a birthday present. Everyone laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. But she wasn't done. After the laughter died down, she leaned over toward me and spoke just loud enough for the whole table to hear. She said she hated to bring it up during her party, but she was wondering if I could help her out with just one tiny little expense. She was having her kitchen redone and was just a teeny bit short on the final payment. Maybe I could cover it as an extra birthday present, and she'd pay me back as soon as the project was finished. My siblings were still chuckling, and Sarah made some comment about Mom never changing. Mike shook his head like he was amused by our mother's shamelessness. Jessica was taking pictures of her kids and not really paying attention. Everyone just accepted that this was normal, that this was how things worked in our family. That's when I realized I was done. I was done being the family joke. I was done funding my mother's lifestyle while she took credit for being generous. I was done watching my siblings laugh at something that had cost me nearly $80,000 over the years. I was done pretending this was normal, or acceptable, or just how Mom was. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the manila envelope I'd been carrying around for 3 weeks, waiting for exactly this moment. I set the envelope down in front of her without saying a word. My hands were shaking, but she was looking at. It was 15 years of documentation. Every single request for money, every promise to pay it back, every excuse she'd given me, all laid out in neat columns with dates and amounts. The first page alone covered 3 years and over $20,000. Car repairs that I later found out had turned into a weekend trip to Atlantic City. Rent help during the same month she'd posted Facebook photos from a spa retreat upstate. Medical bills that somehow coincided with her getting a new designer handbag. Emergency grocery money that she'd requested the same week she'd bragged to Jessica about finding the perfect outfit for a wedding. I'd organized it chronologically so you could see the pattern developing over time, how the amounts had gotten bigger, how the excuses had gotten more creative, how the promises to pay me back had gotten more elaborate and specific, even though none of them had ever been kept. The table had gone completely silent. You could hear the background music from the restaurant for the first time all evening, some soft jazz that had been playing the whole time, but got drowned out by our conversation and laughter. Now it seemed impossibly loud in the quiet. Sarah was craning her neck to try to see what Mom was looking at. Mike had stopped mid-conversation with his wife and was staring at the papers in Mom's hands. Jessica had finally put down her phone and was watching with this confused expression, like she couldn't figure out what was happening. Mom kept flipping through the pages, and I could see her doing the math in her head. Page after page of entries, each one representing another time she'd called me with some crisis that required immediate financial help. The time she needed money for Jessica's graduation gift. The time she had to help her sister out with rent. The time her hours got cut at work and she couldn't make her car payment. When she got to the summary page at the end, I saw her face go completely white. The total was right there in bold numbers at the bottom. $78,947. Almost $80,000 over 15 years. None of it ever repaid, despite dozens of promises and assurances that it was just temporary help. She tried to laugh it off at first. She wanted everyone to understand why I wasn't going to be helping with the kitchen renovation or any other expenses going forward. The silence stretched out for what felt like forever. Jessica finally broke it by asking what the papers were, so I explained that it was a record of every loan Mom had asked me for over the past 15 years, along with the running total of how much she owed me. Jessica's eyes went wide when I said the amount out loud. Mom's face had gone from white to bright red. She was clutching the papers and looking around the table like she was waiting for someone to come to her defense, to tell me I was being ridiculous or mean-spirited. But nobody said anything. Even the kids had picked up on the tension and were sitting quietly in their chairs. That's when she snapped. She shoved the papers into her purse and stood up from the table, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. She told me I was heartless for doing this to her on her birthday, in front of the whole family. She said I was cruel and vindictive, and that she'd never asked me for anything I couldn't afford to give. But the damage was already done. Everyone had seen the numbers. Everyone had heard the total. The illusion of Mom as the generous family matriarch who always helped her kids out had been completely shattered in the space of about 10 minutes. Mom stormed out of the restaurant, leaving her purse on the table with all those papers still stuffed inside. The rest of us just sat there in this horrible, awkward silence for about 10 minutes before people started making excuses to leave. Sarah grabbed her kids and said they had to get home for bedtime. Mike and his wife suddenly remembered they had an early morning. Jessica hugged me goodbye but didn't say anything about what had just happened. The drive home was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I kept replaying the whole scene in my head, wondering if I'd gone too far. Part of me felt vindicated finally, like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. But another part of me felt sick about ruining Mom's birthday party and humiliating her in front of everyone. The call started the next morning. Sarah was first, and she was furious. She told me I should have handled this privately instead of making a scene at a family celebration. She said, alternating between crying and yelling, calling me heartless and ungrateful. She said she'd sacrificed everything for her children, and this was how I repaid her. She claimed she'd only borrowed money when she was desperate, and that I was making her sound like some kind of con artist or deadbeat. The thing that really bothered me was how she kept insisting that the money had all gone to legitimate emergencies and family needs. She conveniently forgot about the vacation money and the designer purchases, and all the time she'd borrowed cash for one thing, but spent it on something completely different. In her version of events, she was the victim, and I was the villain who'd been keeping score like some kind of heartless accountant. She ended the call by telling me I'd ruined her birthday and probably damaged her relationships with the rest of the family permanently. She said she hoped I was happy with myself, and that she didn't know if she could ever forgive me for humiliating her like that. The guilt was eating me alive for the first few days. I kept thinking about how excited she'd been about her party, how happy she'd looked opening presents, how I'd basically nuked the whole celebration with my little accounting demonstration. Maybe Sarah and Mike were right. Maybe I should have confronted her privately first, given her a chance to acknowledge what had been happening, and maybe even apologize. But then I started thinking about all the times I had tried to address it privately over the years. The times I'd gently brought up previous loans when she asked for new ones. The times I'd mentioned that I was keeping track of everything, and maybe we should talk about a payment plan. The times I'd tried to set boundaries or suggest she ask one of my siblings for help instead. She'd always brushed me off, or made me feel guilty for even bringing it up. She'd remind me how much she'd sacrificed raising us as a single mother, or how successful I'd become partly because of her support, or how family should help each other without keeping score. She'd managed to make me feel selfish and petty every single time I'd tried to have that private conversation. The turning point came about a week after the birthday dinner when Jessica texted me. She said she'd been thinking about everything that had happened and wanted me to know that seeing those papers had completely changed how she viewed the situation. She admitted she'd never really believed, apologized for not taking it seriously before, and said she felt terrible that I'd been dealing with this alone for so long. She also mentioned that she'd talked to Mike's wife, who'd apparently had her own suspicions about Mom's finances for years, but had never felt like it was her place to say anything. The most surprising thing was that Mom stopped asking me for money completely after that night. No emergency calls, no sob stories about unexpected expenses, no guilt trips about family obligations. It was like she'd finally realized that the game was over, and everyone knew the score. I'm still not sure if I handled it the right way. Part of me thinks I should have tried harder to resolve it privately first. But another part of me knows that 15 years of private conversations hadn't gotten me anywhere, and sometimes you have to make things public before people will take them seriously. The family dynamics have definitely changed since then. There's this underlying tension at gatherings now, and Mom barely speaks to me when we're in the same room. My siblings are slowly starting to understand what really happened, but it's going to take time for everyone to process it. What bothers me most is that I actually feel guilty about exposing the truth, even though every single number on those papers was accurate and documented. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it, or if I should have just kept enabling her forever to keep the peace. The look on my father-in-law's face when I refused to hand over the deed to my house. I'm 36, a nurse, and I've been married to my husband Jake for 5 years. His father, Robert, is 62, and has always had these really traditional views about marriage and who should own what. From the moment Jake and I got together, Robert made it clear he thought men should be the head of household in every way possible. When we bought our house 3 years ago, I was the one with the substantial savings account. I'd been working double shifts for years, picking up weekend shifts, covering holidays, basically sacrificing my social life to build up my nest egg. When it came time to put down the down payment, about 80% of it came from my savings. Jake contributed what he could, but his money mostly went toward closing costs and immediate repairs we needed to do. From the very first family dinner after we closed on the house, Robert started referring to it as his son's house. Not our house, not Jake and my house, Jake's house. It was subtle at first. He'd ask Jake how the lawn was looking at his place, or tell people that his son had bought a beautiful home in our neighborhood. I'd correct him occasionally, saying something like, "We love our new place." But he'd just smile and nod like I was being cute. Over time, it got more blatant. He'd give Jake advice about home maintenance like I wasn't sitting right there. He'd talk to other family members about property values in the area where his son lived. When we had issues with our roof last winter, he offered to help Jake find contractors, completely ignoring the fact that I was the one handling all the repair coordination and payments. About a year ago, Robert started bringing up something he called securing the family legacy. He'd corner Jake at family gatherings and talk about how important it was to make sure assets were properly protected. He kept pushing this idea that the house should be transferred into Jake's name only, supposedly for tax purposes or legal protection, or whatever reason he could come up with that week. Jake would come home from these conversations looking uncomfortable, but he'd never really shut his father down. He'd tell me about Robert's suggestions, and then quickly change the subject when I got upset about it. I started dreading family events because I knew Robert would find some time because Robert had been focused on talking to his nephew about some sports thing and hadn't directed any of his property ownership wisdom my way. But then, during dessert, Robert stood up with his wine glass. He does this sometimes when he wants to make announcements about family stuff, like when someone gets a promotion or when they're planning family vacations. I didn't think much of it initially. He cleared his throat and said he wanted to make an important announcement about Jake and me. My stomach immediately dropped. Jake went completely rigid beside me, which told me he had some idea what was coming. Robert started talking about how proud he was of Jake for being such a responsible homeowner and husband. He went on about how important it was for young couples to make smart financial decisions and secure their futures properly. Then he said it. He announced to the entire table that it was time for us to make things official by having me sign over my share of the house to Jake. He said it like it was already decided, like this was just a formality we needed to complete. He talked about how this was the responsible thing to do and how proud he was that we were finally taking this important step for our family's future. The whole table erupted in applause. People were congratulating us. Jake's mom was tearing up, talking about how wonderful it was that we were securing Jake's inheritance. Cousins were raising their glasses for a toast. Everyone was acting like Robert had just announced something we'd all agreed to beforehand. I felt like I was in some kind of alternate reality. This man had just told my entire extended family that I was going to voluntarily give up legal ownership of the house I'd mostly paid for, and everyone was celebrating like it was the best news they'd heard all year. Jake was still frozen beside me, staring at his dessert plate like his life depended on it. The room was full of expectant faces, waiting for me to say something grateful or excited about this generous opportunity Robert was giving me to sign away my property rights. I could feel my face getting hot and my hands starting to shake a little. This was it, the moment where I either went along with this ridiculous charade to keep the peace, or I stood up for myself and probably destroyed my relationship with Jake's family forever. I sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. This announcement without consulting me first. They just assumed I'd be thrilled to hand over the deed to my house because that's apparently what good wives do. I could feel myself getting angrier by the second. This wasn't just about the house anymore. This was about Robert thinking he could make decisions about my life and my property without even asking me. This was about him setting me up to look like the bad guy if I didn't go along with his plan. And this was about my husband sitting there like a statue instead of speaking up for me. So I stood up. The room got quiet pretty quickly when I pushed my chair back and got to my feet. I remember thinking I needed to stay calm, because if I lost my temper, they'd just write me off as some hysterical woman who couldn't handle family discussions. I looked directly at Robert and told him I thought there had been some kind of misunderstanding. You could practically hear everyone holding their breath. Robert's face changed from proud and expectant to confused and a little annoyed. He asked what I meant by misunderstanding, like the concept that I might not want to sign over my house was completely foreign to him. I told him that the deed was in both our names because we built that home together, and that no one gets to decide otherwise. I made sure to emphasize the "no one" part while looking right at him. The temperature in that room dropped about 20 degrees. Jake's mom made this little gasping sound, and his sister's mouth actually fell open. Robert started turning red, and his voice got louder when he said I was being unreasonable. He went on about how this was about doing what's right for the family, and how I clearly didn't understand how these things work. He kept saying that smart couples consolidate their assets, and that I should trust my husband to handle our finances properly. That's when I realized I had to force Jake to pick a side. He'd been sitting there the entire time, acting like he was invisible, probably hoping the whole situation would just resolve itself without him having to take a position. So I turned to him and asked him directly, in front of everyone, if he agreed with his father that I should sign over my share of our house. The look on Jake's face was pure panic. He started stammering about how we could discuss it later at son by refusing to let him be the head of our household. The whole table erupted after that. Jake's mom was trying to calm Robert down while also shooting me these disappointed looks. His sister started talking about how family harmony was more important than technicalities, and how I was making this into a bigger deal than it needed to be. His brother chimed in with something about how his wife would never question his financial decisions like this. Meanwhile, Jake just sat there looking mortified, but still not saying anything to defend me. At one point, his mom suggested we all take a break and discuss this calmly, but Robert kept going on about how I was being disrespectful and how he'd never seen such ungrateful behavior from a daughter-in-law. The cousins were trying to stay out of it, but I could see them whispering to each other and looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Jake's aunt actually said something about how when she got married, wives knew their place and didn't cause scenes at family dinners. That's when I knew I was completely outnumbered and that nothing I said was going to change anyone's mind. I realized I had two choices. I could keep trying to explain why I wasn't going to sign over my house and listen to more lectures about family loyalty and traditional marriage roles. Or I could get out of there before things got even worse. The whole room was staring at me like I was some kind of monster for wanting to keep ownership of the house I'd paid for. I grabbed my purse and told Jake I'd be waiting in the car. Robert started saying something about how I was proving his point by storming out instead of having a mature conversation. But I was already heading for the door. The last thing I heard was Jake's mom telling everyone to just let me cool off, and that we'd work everything out once emotions weren't running so high. I sat in the car for about 20 minutes before Jake finally came out. The whole drive home was completely silent, except for him occasionally muttering under his breath about how I could have handled things differently, or how his family was just trying to help us. I was so angry I didn't trust myself to respond without completely losing it on him. When we got home, Jake disappeared straight into his office and closed the door. I didn't see him again until the next morning when he came into the kitchen looking like he hadn't slept. He poured himself coffee and sat at the table, but didn't say anything. Sarah started texting me directly. She sent me this long message about how I'd humiliated their father in front of the whole extended family, and how that was completely unacceptable, regardless of how I felt about the house situation. She said I owed Robert an apology for embarrassing him like that, and that I needed to think about what was more important, some paperwork or family harmony. Jake's mom, Linda, sent me an even longer email a couple days later. She went on about how Robert had only been trying to help us make smart financial decisions, and how my reaction had really hurt his feelings. She said that family unity was more important than technicalities, and suggested we all sit down together to work things out properly. She kept using words like misunderstanding and miscommunication, like the problem was that I just hadn't understood what a generous offer Robert was making. His brother Mike called Jake and apparently told him that his wife would never disrespect the family patriarch like that. According to what I overheard, Mike said that I clearly didn't understand how their family worked, and that Jake needed to get me in line before this caused permanent damage to family relationships. Even Jake's aunt, who I barely know, sent me a Facebook message saying she was disappointed in my behavior, and that she'd raised her daughters to respect their elders and their husbands' families. She said that when she got married 40 years ago, women knew how to handle these situations with grace and humility. The worst part was that Jake wasn't defending me to any of them. Every conversation I overheard was him agreeing with whatever they were saying and promising to talk to me about it. He kept telling people he understood their perspective and that he'd handle the situation. Not once did I hear him tell anyone that maybe his father was out of line for making that announcement without consulting us first. About a week after the dinner, Jake finally came to me and apologized. We were in our kitchen, and he looked exhausted. He said he was sorry for not speaking up, and that he knew I was right about the house. He admitted that he froze because he's never stood up to his father about anything in his entire life. He said his dad has this way of making him feel like a little kid again, and that he just shuts down when Robert gets aggressive like that. Jake told me he absolutely wanted the house to stay in both our names, and that he thought his father was wrong to put me on the spotlight. 3 weeks now, and his family is still treating me like I committed some unforgivable sin. They're all being polite when I see them, but there's this coldness that wasn't there before. Sarah barely speaks to me, and Linda keeps making these comments about how she hopes we can all move past this unfortunate incident. Jake keeps promising he's going to handle it and tell his family to stop pressuring us, but so far nothing has changed. They're still acting like I'm this controlling woman who humiliated their beloved patriarch for no good reason. And Jake is still taking their calls and listening to their complaints without telling them to stop. I keep thinking about that moment when I asked Jake directly if he supported his father's plan. The way he hesitated and tried to find some middle ground instead of just saying no made it clear where his priorities really are. He wants to keep everyone happy, which means I'm always going to come second when his family demands something from us. Now I'm wondering if this is just a preview of what our entire marriage is going to look like. If Jake won't stand up to his family about our house, what else is he going to cave on when they decide they know what's best for us? Everyone went silent after I told my sister she couldn't name her baby after me. I'm 28, work as a mechanic, and I've been dealing with this family dynamic my entire life. My sister Sarah is 25 and has always been the golden child. Our parents, Janet and Rick, have made it pretty clear who their favorite is since we were kids. I learned early on that I was the family scapegoat. Every broken dish, every missing item, every problem somehow traced back to me. Meanwhile, Sarah could do no wrong. Growing up, if something went missing, it was my fault. If grades were bad, I was the disappointment. When Sarah broke Mom's favorite vase at 12, somehow I got blamed for leaving my skateboard where she could trip over it. When I made honor roll junior year, Dad just said, "About time," and went back to reading his paper. When Sarah barely passed her classes, they threw her a pizza party for trying her best. The pattern continued into adulthood. Sarah got a brand new car for high school graduation. I had to work double shifts at the auto shop to buy my beat-up Honda. They attended every single one of her college theater performances, but missed my automotive certification ceremony because they had dinner plans. When Sarah dropped out of college to become a yoga instructor, they called it following her passion. When I started my own small engine repair business, they asked when I was going to get a real job. But here's the thing. I kept showing up. Every birthday, every holiday, every family gathering. I brought gifts. I helped with setup. I bit my tongue when the comments came. Part of me kept hoping things would change, that they'd eventually see me as more than just the family screw-up. Stupid, I know. So when Sarah announced she was pregnant 6 months ago, I was genuinely happy for her. I bought baby clothes, offered to help set up the nursery, even volunteered to babysit when the time came. I thought maybe this would be a fresh start, a chance for our family to come together around something positive. The baby shower was at our parents' house last Saturday. The living room was decorated with those pastel streamers and balloon arches that Sarah loves. About 20 people showed up. Aunts, uncles, cousins, some of Sarah's friends. I brought a car seat, something practical that photos. About halfway through the party, Sarah stood up and called for everyone's attention. She had this big smile on her face, the kind she gets when she knows she's about to be the center of attention. She announced that she had something special to share, something she'd been keeping secret, about the baby. The room went quiet in that expectant way. Everyone was looking at her with these eager faces, ready to celebrate whatever she was about to say. I figured maybe she was revealing the gender, or had picked out a name she was excited about. She put her hand on her belly and said she'd finally decided on a name for the baby. A boy's name that was very special to the family. The suspense was killing everyone. Mom was practically bouncing in her chair. Then Sarah looked right at me with this smile that I should have recognized. It was the same smile she had when she told Mom I was the one who broke her jewelry box when we were kids. The same smile from when she accidentally spilled juice on my prom date's dress. She announced that she was naming the baby after me. The room exploded. Everyone started clapping and cheering like she'd just announced she was donating a kidney. Aunt Linda teared up and said it was the sweetest thing she'd ever heard. Cousin Mike patted me on the back, saying how honored I must feel. Mom was actually crying, going on about how beautiful it was that Sarah wanted to honor her brother this way. But I was watching Sarah's face, and that smirk was still there. She waited for the noise to die down a bit, then delivered the punchline. She said this way, even if I never did anything important with my life, at least my name would live on and actually mean something. The comment hit me like a punch to the gut. Everyone else laughed like it was just playful sibling teasing, but I knew better. This wasn't about honoring me. This was about turning my name into a family joke that would follow this kid around forever. Every time someone asked about the name, there would be the story of how they named him after his loser uncle who never amounted to anything. I sat there for a minute, processing what had just happened. My whole family was still buzzing about how wonderful and meaningful this gesture was. Sarah was basking in the attention, accepting congratulations like she'd just sister. Each comment felt like another weight on my chest. My mind was racing through every option I had. I could smile and nod, play along with the whole charade like I always did. That's what the old me would have done. Keep the peace. Don't rock the boat. Let Sarah have her moment, even if it was at my expense. I'd done it 1,000 times before. But something was different this time. Maybe it was because this wasn't just about me anymore. There was going to be a kid involved, an innocent baby, who would grow up with my name and the story that came with it. Every birthday party, every school enrollment, every introduction would come with the explanation of how he got named after his uncle, who never did anything worthwhile. I started thinking about all the times I'd stayed quiet before. When Sarah told everyone at Christmas that I was still single because I had commitment issues, I said nothing. When Dad introduced me to his co-workers as the one who works with his hands since he wasn't cut out for college, I laughed it off. When Mom told the neighbors that Sarah was the successful one while I was still figuring things out at 28, I just changed the subject. Every single time, I told myself it wasn't worth the fight, that it was easier to just take it and move on. But sitting there watching Sarah soak up praise for what was essentially a public humiliation disguised as an honor, I realized I was done. I was done being the family punching bag. I was done being the punchline. The room was still buzzing with excitement. Cousin Amy was already talking about baby shower themes. Uncle Frank was making jokes about how the kid better not inherit my mechanical skills. Everyone was laughing and having a great time at my expense, and they didn't even realize it. I looked at Sarah, who was now sitting in her chair like a queen holding court. She caught my eye and gave me this little nod, like we were sharing some special moment. But I could see the satisfaction in her expression. She thought she'd pulled off the perfect move, publicly humiliating me while making herself look generous and loving. That's when something inside me snapped. Not in an angry way, but more like a switch flipping. For the first time in my adult life, I realized I didn't have to take this. I didn't have to sit there and smile while my family, neighbor's dog barking outside and someone's phone buzzing on the kitchen counter. Everyone was staring at me like I'd just announced I was joining a cult. I explained that my name wasn't her punchline, and I wouldn't let my future nephew carry around a reminder of how this family had treated me. I said it calmly, not yelling or getting emotional, just stating a fact. Sarah's face went through about 5 different expressions in 2 seconds. First confusion, then shock. Then this look of betrayal like I'd somehow broken an unspoken rule. Then she started crying. Not just tearing up, but full waterworks. Mom immediately jumped up and started yelling at me about how I was ruining Sarah's special day. She said I was being selfish and cruel, that this was supposed to be a celebration, and I was turning it into a drama. Dad stood up too and said I was being completely unreasonable, that Sarah was trying to honor me, and I was throwing it back in her face. Other relatives started chiming in. Aunt Linda said she couldn't believe I would embarrass a pregnant woman like that. Uncle Frank muttered something about me always being difficult. Cousin Amy was trying to comfort Sarah while shooting me dirty looks. But I didn't back down. I stayed standing there while they all ganged up on me, telling me I was wrong and selfish and ungrateful. Sarah was sobbing about how she thought I'd be happy, how she was trying to do something nice for me, how I'd humiliated her in front of everyone. The thing is, I wasn't buying it. I could see through the act now. Sarah wasn't trying to honor me. She was trying to get one final dig in while making herself look like the victim. And my parents weren't defending her gesture out of genuine belief it was sweet. They were protecting their golden child like they always did. Some people started leaving early. The mood was completely ruined, and everyone was uncomfortable. But I stayed standing there, not apologizing, not backing down. For once in my life, I'd said what needed to be said instead of swallowing it and moving on. Sarah kept crying and asking how I could be so cruel to her and the baby. Mom was demanding I apologize immediately. Dad was telling me to think about what I was doing to me. Same old script, different day. I grabbed my keys and walked out while Sarah was still crying in the living room. I could hear her telling everyone how she just wanted to do something nice for her brother, how she couldn't believe I would react like that. The victim act was in full swing. The drive home was weird. I kept expecting to feel guilty or regret what I'd done. But mostly, I just felt tired, like I'd been holding my breath for 28 years and finally exhaled. My phone started buzzing before I even got to my apartment. First it was Mom, texting about how I needed to call Sarah and apologize immediately. Then Dad, saying I'd crossed a line and needed to make things right. Then it was a group text with my aunts and uncles, all talking about how shocked they were by my behavior and how Sarah didn't deserve to be treated like that. The messages kept coming all evening. Aunt Linda sent me a long paragraph about family loyalty and how pregnancy hormones make women emotional, so I should have been more understanding. Uncle Frank said I was acting like a spoiled brat who couldn't handle his sister trying to honor him. Cousin Amy just sent crying face emojis and said she felt bad for Sarah. Mom called around 9 p.m., demanding to know what was wrong with me. She said Sarah had been crying all afternoon and was worried the stress might affect the baby. I told her that maybe Sarah should have thought about that before she decided to turn my name into a family joke. Mom hung up on me. By Sunday morning, I had 17 unread messages telling me what an awful person I was. The family group chat was going crazy with people talking about how to handle the situation and whether I should be invited to future events if I was going to act like this. I was starting to wonder if maybe I had overreacted. Maybe I should have just let it slide like I always did. Maybe standing up for myself wasn't worth turning the whole family against me. The doubt was creeping in pretty hard. Then, Monday afternoon, I got a text from my cousin Maya. She's Sarah's age, but we'd never been particularly close, just normal cousin relationship at family gatherings. Her message was short, but it hit me like a truck. She said she'd been thinking there, or how my parents would change the subject whenever I had good news to share. She said she'd always felt uncomfortable watching it happen, but didn't think it was her place to say anything. Hearing it from an outside perspective was validating, but also kind of depressing. It confirmed that the family dynamic I'd grown up thinking was normal was actually pretty screwed up. The rest of the family was still blowing up my phone demanding apologies. Sarah sent me a long message about how hurt she was and how she couldn't believe her own brother would humiliate her like that. She said she was just trying to honor me, and I threw it back in her face. She ended it by saying she didn't know if she could forgive me for ruining what should have been a happy memory. Mom and Dad were taking turns calling and texting, telling me I needed to fix this situation. They said Sarah was devastated and that I was being stubborn and childish. Dad actually said I was jealous of Sarah's happiness and taking it out on her and the baby. As of right now, it's been a week since the shower. Sarah still isn't speaking to me. My parents are barely responding to my texts, except to ask when I'm going to apologize. Most of the extended family is treating me like I committed some unforgivable sin. But here's the thing. I'm not sorry. I'm tired of being everyone's punching bag, and I'm especially not going to let my name become a lifetime reminder to some innocent kid about his loser uncle. If standing up for myself makes me the bad guy in this family, then maybe I've been looking at this whole situation wrong for years. Now my family says I embarrassed her and disrespected the baby before it was even born. But I keep thinking about what Maya said, that she was glad someone finally called out what had been happening. Maybe I really wasn't wrong for refusing to let my name be used as some twisted inside joke. What happened after I finally refused to cook Christmas dinner for the entire family? I'm a 39-year-old single mom with 2 kids, Emma, who's 16, and Jake, who's 13. And for the past 10 years, I've been the designated Christmas cook for my entire extended family. My parents are both in their 60s, and then there's my older brother Mark, who's 42, my sister Lisa, who's 35, and my younger brother David, who's 33. Add in their spouses and kids, and we're talking about feeding 20-plus people every single Christmas. It all started innocently enough. After my divorce, when Jake was 5, my mom asked if I could help with Christmas dinner since I was such a good cook and had more time now. What she really meant was that I was the only one desperate enough for family connection that I wouldn't say no. That first year turned into a tradition, and somehow tradition became expectation, and expectation became obligation. Every year it's the same routine. I work my ass off as a project manager, pulling 50-plus-hour weeks just to keep us afloat financially. Then I get to spend my Christmas vacation shopping for ingredients I can barely afford, prepping food for 2 days straight, and then cooking for 8 hours while everyone else drinks wine and watches football in the living room. They'll wander into the kitchen occasionally to ask if I need help. But the second I actually give them a task, they suddenly remember they need to check on their kids or take an important phone call. The worst part is how they act like I should be grateful for the privilege. My mom always makes these comments about how I'm so lucky to be trusted with the family recipes, and my siblings joke about how I'm the kitchen queen, like it's some kind of honor instead of unpaid labor. Meanwhile, I'm missing out on actually spending Christmas with my own kids because I'm stuck basting a turkey and timing side dishes. This year was different, though. Work had been absolutely brutal. We had 3 major projects crash at once in October, and I was working weekends just to keep everything from falling apart. On top of that, my car needed $1,200 in repairs I couldn't afford. Emma needed new winter clothes because she'd grown out of everything, and Jake's school was asking for money for some band trip. I was stressed. My mom texted me privately saying not to worry because I always figure something out, and everything would work itself out. I brought it up again in person at my nephew's birthday party in late November. I reminded everyone that I was serious about not cooking and asked what the plan was. My dad just laughed and said I was being silly, that of course I'd cook because I'm so good at it. Lisa said something about how we're all busy, but we make sacrifices for family. David's wife mentioned that she'd be happy to bring a dessert like always, completely missing the point that I was talking about the entire meal. December rolled around, and I kept waiting for someone to bring up alternative plans. Nothing. The family group chat was full of the usual holiday chatter. Who's bringing what gifts for the kids? What time everyone's arriving? Reminders about parking limitations at my parents' house. But not one word about the meal situation. 2 weeks before Christmas, I tried one more time. I sent another message to the group saying I needed to confirm that someone else was handling the cooking because I had meant what I said in November. This time, Mark actually responded, telling me to stop being dramatic and that nobody else had time to cook for 20 people. Lisa chimed in, saying that she'd be happy to help, but she didn't know the recipes and wouldn't know where to start with something that big. That's when it hit me. They literally could not conceive of Christmas dinner happening without me doing all the work. It wasn't that they didn't want to help. They genuinely believed that cooking Christmas dinner was my job, and my job alone, and anything else was unthinkable. Christmas Eve arrived, and I was at home wrapping presents when my phone rang at 10 p.m. It was my mom, and she sounded excited and organized, like she was running through a checklist. She told me she'd gotten the 20-pound turkey out of the freezer that morning so it would be ready for me, and she'd bought all the ingredients I'd need. She'd even cleared out space in the refrigerator and set up the extra folding table in case I needed more prep space. Everything was ready for me to start cooking at 7 a.m. like always. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. They had completely ignored everything I'd said for the past 6 weeks. In their minds, I was still cooking Christmas dinner, me in the kitchen at 6 a.m. on Christmas morning. I was standing there, holding my coffee mug, still in my pajamas, just completely frozen. She took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. When I explained what had happened with my mom's call, she got this look I'd never seen before. Not just annoyed, but actually angry on my behalf. She told me I couldn't be serious about going over there to cook. She reminded me how stressed I'd been, how I'd been working late every night for months, how I'd told them over and over that I couldn't handle it this year. She said it wasn't fair that they got to ignore me for weeks and then just expect me to fall in line when it was convenient for them. Jake came downstairs a few minutes later and immediately picked up on the tension. When Emma filled him in, he got even more worked up than she did. He started listing all the times I'd missed out on Christmas morning with them because I had to leave early to start cooking. He reminded me about 2 years ago when I was so exhausted from cooking that I fell asleep during present opening and missed half of it. But even with both my kids telling me not to go, I was terrified. These people know exactly how to make my life miserable when I don't do what they want. My mom would spend the next 6 months making passive-aggressive comments about how disappointed she was. My dad would give me the cold shoulder treatment that could last for months. My siblings would find ways to exclude me from family events or make little digs about how I'd abandoned everyone when they needed me. I kept thinking about all the family gatherings where I'd watched them freeze out other people who didn't play by their rules. When my cousin Sarah got divorced, they spent 2 years treating her like she was contagious because she didn't fit their perfect family image anymore. When David went through his phase of dating someone they didn't approve of, they made family dinners so uncomfortable that he stopped coming for almost a year. The thought of being on the receiving end of that treatment made me feel sick. But then I looked at my kids, and I realized they were watching to see what I would do. Emma especially. She's at that age where she's figuring out how to stand up for herself, and I kept thinking about what kind of example I was setting. My parents' house around noon. The scene in the kitchen was exactly what my mom had described. This massive raw turkey sitting on the counter like some kind of sacrifice, bags of ingredients covering every surface, like a cooking show had exploded. The rest of the family was already there doing their usual Christmas routine. My dad and Mark were watching football. Lisa and David's wife were chasing kids around. Everyone had mimosas going. The whole festive atmosphere. My mom saw me walk in with just 2 grocery bags and got this confused look. She asked where all my stuff was and when I was planning to get started on the turkey. There was this expectation in her voice, like she was just checking on the timeline for something we'd already agreed on. That's when I realized how deep their denial went. They weren't just ignoring what I'd said about not cooking. They literally couldn't process it as a real possibility. In their minds, me cooking Christmas dinner was as inevitable as the sun rising. All my protests were just noise that would resolve itself once I showed up and got to work like always. Lisa noticed me standing there and made some comment about how I was running late and asked if I needed help getting organized. David called out from the living room, asking what time we'd be eating because his kids were getting hungry. Everyone was just carrying on like normal, waiting for me to disappear into the kitchen for the next 6 hours so they could enjoy their holiday. I set the grocery store trays on the counter and told them I wasn't cooking today. The words came out quieter than I'd planned, but clear enough that everyone in the kitchen heard me. I explained again that I'd told them weeks ago I couldn't do it this year, and that the trays I'd brought were my contribution to the meal. The room went completely silent. Not just quiet, dead silent, like someone had hit a pause button on the whole scene. My mom was holding a dish towel and just staring at me. Lisa had stopped mid-sentence in whatever she was saying to one of the kids. Even the football game in the living room seemed too loud all of a sudden. Then my dad's voice came from the doorway, asking what I meant I wasn't cooking. And that's when everything exploded. My dad was the first one to really lose it. He came into the kitchen and started going off about how my mom just abandoned our responsibilities to the family. She kept saying responsibility like I'd signed some contract to be their personal chef for life. Then she started getting really worked up about how I was ruining Christmas for all the kids, and how could I do that to them. My mom just kept crying and saying I'd destroyed everything. She was doing that thing where she makes herself the victim, talking about how hard she'd worked to get everything ready for me, and how she'd been looking forward to this for weeks. She kept asking how I could do this to her, like my boundaries were a personal attack instead of me trying to take care of myself. David's wife started whispering to their kids about how sorry she was that Christmas was messed up, which pissed me off because she was basically using the kids as props to make me feel guilty. The kids looked confused more than anything. They didn't really understand what was happening, just that all the adults were upset. I'm standing there with Emma and Jake behind me, and I can feel them watching everything unfold. Part of me wanted to cave right then and there. It would have been so easy to just apologize and run into that kitchen and fix everything, like I always do. Start the turkey, delegate some tasks, turn this disaster back into the perfect family Christmas they all expected. But something about seeing my kids watch this whole scene made me realize I couldn't do it anymore. Emma was looking at how my family was treating me with this expression of complete disbelief. Jake was getting upset, seeing everyone gang up on me. I kept thinking about how they were learning that this is how family works, that one person gets to sacrifice everything while everyone else takes it for granted. So instead of backing down, I told them that Christmas wasn't supposed to be about one person being trapped in the kitchen while everyone else got to relax and enjoy themselves. I said I'd told them all multiple times that I couldn't cook this year, and they'd chosen not to listen or make other plans. My mom started wailing about tradition and how this was the way we'd always done things. I looked around at all of them, my dad red-faced and angry, Mark rolling his eyes like I was being ridiculous, Lisa still going on about responsibility and what had happened. I felt this weird mix of relief and terror. Relief because I'd finally stood up for myself, but terror because I knew there would be consequences, and I had no idea how bad they'd be. We ordered Chinese food and put on some Christmas movies. It was the first time in years that I got to actually relax on Christmas Day. I wasn't watching the clock, worried about when to baste the turkey or whether the sides would be ready on time. I wasn't running back and forth to the kitchen, missing half the conversations. I was just sitting on my couch with my kids, eating takeout and watching Home Alone for the millionth time. Around 7 that evening, Jake came over and hugged me out of nowhere. He told me this was the best Christmas we'd ever had, and I completely lost it. I started crying right there on the couch, but they were good tears for once. Happy tears, or maybe relief tears. Emma hugged me too, and said she was proud of me for finally standing up to them. But now, it's been 3 days, and the aftermath is exactly as brutal as I expected it to be. My phone has been buzzing non-stop with messages from various family members about how I disrespected everyone and destroyed decades of tradition. My mom left me a voicemail saying she's never been so disappointed in me. My aunt, who wasn't even there, somehow heard about everything and texted me to say I was wrong for making it all about myself. The family group chat has turned into this echo chamber of people talking about how selfish and ungrateful I am. They're all acting like I committed some unforgivable sin, instead of just refusing to be their unpaid kitchen slave for 1 day. Mark sent me a private message calling me pathetic and saying I've always been jealous of everyone else's success. I keep going back and forth between feeling proud of myself and wondering if I really did ruin everything. Jake's words keep echoing in my head about it being our best Christmas ever, and I think about how peaceful and happy we all were. But then I get another angry text from someone and start second-guessing myself all over again. The thing is, I don't know if my family will ever forgive me for this. I might have just burned every bridge I have with them by refusing to cook one dinner. But I also can't stop thinking about how different Christmas felt this year, and whether that might actually be. All it took was one wedding toast to finally break my cousin's perfect image. I'm a 34-year-old paramedic, and my cousin Marcus is 32 and a corporate lawyer. Those two facts pretty much sum up my entire family dynamic, and why I'm writing this post. Marcus has been the golden child since we were kids, and I've been the family disappointment for just as long. Growing up, every family gathering was the same routine. Marcus would show off his straight-A report card while I struggled to pull C's. He got into Yale. I barely graduated high school and went to community college for my EMT certification. When he passed the bar exam, the whole family threw him a party. When I finished paramedic school, my mom asked if I was finally going to get a real job. The comparisons never stopped, even as adults. At Christmas dinners, Marcus would make these little comments about how I was still playing ambulance driver, while he just made partner at his firm. The family would laugh like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. He'd ask when I was going to grow up and get serious about my career. I'd try to explain that I actually save lives for a living, but somehow that never seemed to impress anyone the way his billable hours did. The worst part was that Marcus wasn't even subtle about it anymore. Last Thanksgiving, he introduced me to his girlfriend as my cousin who works on an ambulance. Not a paramedic, not a first responder, just works on an ambulance, like I was some kind of driver. When I corrected him, he laughed and said, at least I'd found something I was good at, even if it wasn't much. But here's what really gets me. About 2 years ago, our Uncle Ray had a massive heart attack at a family barbecue. Everyone was standing around panicking, including Marcus, while I dropped to my knees and started CPR. I worked on Uncle Ray for almost 20 minutes until the ambulance arrived, then rode with him to the hospital and helped the team get him stabilized. The doctor said if I hadn't been there, he would have died. You'd think that might change how people saw my job, right? Wrong. That same morning, before the barbecue, Marcus had cornered me and said I needed to stop being such a failure and find a real career, because being a paramedic was embarrassing the family. He's had since we were kids, when he was about to make me look stupid in front of everyone. He put his arm around my shoulders like we were best buddies and said he had a great idea. Why didn't I give a toast? For fun. The way he said for fun made it clear this wasn't about honoring me or including me in anything meaningful. This was another setup. His groomsmen were standing right there, and one of them started laughing immediately. Another one said I should try not to butcher it like I butcher everything else. Marcus just grinned wider and said, "Come on, it would be hilarious to see what I came up with." The bride, Sarah, was watching from across the room with this expectant smile, like she was ready to be entertained by whatever embarrassing thing I was about to do. I looked around the ballroom at all these successful people in their expensive clothes, and I realized this was it. This was my moment to either let Marcus humiliate me one more time in front of everyone who mattered to him, or finally say something. I could feel my heart starting to race as I thought about all those years of comments, all those times the family laughed at his jokes about my career, all those moments when I bit my tongue and took it. The thing is, I'm good at my job, really good. I've saved dozens of lives, helped families through their worst moments, made split-second decisions that meant the difference between someone going home to their kids or not. But none of that ever seemed to matter to anyone in my family, except when they actually needed me, like with Uncle Ray. Marcus was still standing there with that expectant look, waiting for me to either agree to embarrass myself or back down like I always did. His friends were already starting to snicker, probably making bets about how badly I'd mess this up. I could see some of my relatives watching from their tables, and I knew they were thinking the same thing they always thought, that I was the family screw-up who couldn't handle being put on the spot. But something felt different this time. Maybe it was seeing Marcus so confident that he could still push me around. Or maybe it was being surrounded by all these people who look down on what I do for a living. Whatever it was, I heard myself saying yes. I'd love to give a toast. Marcus's grin got even wider as he started walking toward the front of the get another good laugh at my expense. His groomsmen were barely containing their grins, and I could see some of my relatives already looking embarrassed for me. For a split second, I almost did exactly what everyone expected. I almost said something safe about how happy I was for the couple and wished them well. It would have been so easy to just get through it and avoid any drama. But then I caught sight of Uncle Ray sitting at table 6, the same uncle whose life I'd saved while Marcus stood frozen in that hospital hallway. That's when it hit me. I was tired of being ashamed of who I am and what I do. I save lives. That's not something to apologize for or downplay. And I was done letting Marcus make me feel like less of a person because I chose a career that actually matters instead of one that just pays well. I cleared my throat and started the way everyone expected. I said I wanted to congratulate Marcus and Sarah, and how it was great to see everyone here celebrating with them. The crowd relaxed a little, probably thinking I was going to keep it boring and safe. Marcus was still smiling, nodding along like he was proud of his little performing monkey. But then I said, Marcus and I have always had an interesting relationship. And I could feel the energy in the room shift slightly. Some people probably thought I was about to tell some cute childhood story. Marcus's smile flickered just a bit, like maybe he was starting to realize this wasn't going exactly where he expected. I told them that Marcus has always been very clear about what he thinks of my career choice. That got a few uncomfortable chuckles from people who knew about our family dynamic. I could see my mom at her table looking nervous, probably sensing that I was about to go off script. Then I told them about that morning 2 years ago when Marcus pulled me aside at Uncle Ray's barbecue. How he said I needed to stop being such a failure and embarrassing the family by working as a paramedic. How he said it was time for me to grow up and get a real job like his. I watched Marcus's face go from confident to confused, to the beginning of panic as he realized where this was headed. The room was getting quieter. People were starting to pay real attention, instead of just waiting for me to finish so they could get back to drinking and dancing. I could see Uncle Ray sitting up straighter. Sarah's face was starting to turn red. But I wasn't done. I looked right at Marcus and said that while I was fighting to save his uncle's life, he was standing in the hospital hallway, completely frozen, unable to help at all. I said the doctors told us later that if I hadn't been there with my training and experience, Uncle Ray would have died that day. And then I paused and let that sink in for a second. The crazy part was, I felt completely calm. All those years of holding back, of biting my tongue, of letting him make me feel small, it was all pouring out, and I felt more in control than I had in years. I could see some of Marcus's lawyer friends exchanging glances, probably reassessing everything they thought they knew about the family dynamic. Then I delivered the line I'd been building up to. I said that maybe success isn't just about money, or titles, or impressing people at parties. Maybe sometimes it's about who actually shows up when it matters. Maybe it's about being the person others can count on when everything goes wrong. The silence that followed was deafening. I could see people processing what I'd just said, probably thinking about all the times they'd dismissed what I do for a living. Marcus looked like he'd been punched in the gut, and Sarah looked absolutely furious. Some of the older relatives were nodding slightly, like maybe they were finally understanding something they'd missed before. Then someone started clapping. Just one person at first, slowly, and then a few more people joined in. It wasn't the enthusiastic applause you'd expect at a wedding toast, but it was something. Uncle Ray was clapping the hardest, with tears in his eyes, and that meant more to me than anything else in that room. But plenty of people weren't clapping at all. My mom looked mortified, and several of Marcus's friends looked genuinely angry on his behalf. The bride's family seemed confused and uncomfortable, like they couldn't believe someone had just created drama at their daughter's wedding. I handed the microphone back to the DJ and walked back to my table. Marcus didn't follow me or try to smooth things over. He just stood there for a moment, then walked back to the head table without saying a word. Expression made it clear she blamed me for putting a damper on her perfect day. But here's what I didn't expect. About halfway through dinner, one of Marcus's groomsmen came over to my table. This guy I'd never met before, wearing a suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent, and he shook my hand. He said he had no idea about the family stuff, but he respected what I did for a living and thought my toast took guts. Then he went back to his table, and I just sat there, kind of stunned. Over the next hour, 3 more of Marcus's lawyer friends approached me. One guy said he'd always wanted to ask what it was really like being a paramedic, but felt awkward bringing it up. Another one admitted he'd been thinking about switching careers because he was miserable at his firm, and he wanted to know how I got into emergency medicine. The third guy really blew me away. He said he wished he had my job instead of his, that he'd gotten into law for the money, but felt like he wasn't making any real difference in the world. These were people who, just a few hours earlier, had been laughing along with Marcus's jokes about my career. Now they were treating me like someone worth talking to, asking serious questions about my work, and actually listening to my answers. It was the weirdest feeling, like I'd spent years being invisible, and suddenly people could actually see me. Uncle Ray came over before he left, and gave me a hug that lasted way longer than usual. He said the toast was long overdue, and that he'd never properly thanked me for saving his life. He also said he was proud of me for finally standing up to Marcus, and that maybe now the family would start treating me with the respect I deserved. Having him say that meant everything to me. The next week was when things really got interesting. My phone started ringing with family members who'd heard about what happened. Aunt Linda called first, and she was furious. She said I'd ruined the wedding mood and embarrassed Marcus in front of all his important friends and colleagues. She couldn't believe I'd chosen his wedding day to air our family drama, and she thought I owed him a serious apology. My mom called the day after that, and she was almost as upset as Aunt Linda. She said there was a time and place for everything, and a wedding toast wasn't the time to bring up old grievances. She was worried it kept coming. For about 2 weeks. Some relatives sided with Marcus and thought I'd been cruel and petty. Others said it was about time someone put him in his place, and that they'd been watching him talk down to me for years. My cousin Lisa said she'd always wanted to speak up but didn't know how, and she was glad I'd finally stood up for myself. Marcus himself hasn't spoken to me since the wedding. I heard through the family grapevine that he was humiliated and angry, and that Sarah was even more upset than he was. Apparently, she felt like I'd deliberately sabotaged their special day, and she didn't understand why I couldn't have handled it privately, instead of making a scene in front of everyone they knew. But here's the thing that's been eating at me. I'm not sure I care that much about Marcus being mad anymore. For the first time in my adult life, I feel like I'm not apologizing for who I am or what I do. When I go to work now, I feel proud instead of defensive. When people ask what I do for a living, I tell them I'm a paramedic, without waiting for them to look disappointed or ask when I'm going to get a better job. 3 more of Marcus's colleagues have reached out since the wedding. One of them friended me on social media and has been asking questions about paramedic training requirements. Another one said he'd been thinking about our conversation and realized he'd never really considered how important emergency responders are until he heard my story about Uncle Ray. The family is still split on whether what I did was right or wrong. Some people think I was brave for finally defending myself after years of being put down. Others think I was petty and cruel for choosing Marcus's wedding to make my point. A few relatives have started treating me differently, with more respect, like maybe they're finally seeing me as successful in my own right, instead of just the family disappointment. So I guess that's where I am now. I'm asking you guys because I honestly don't know if what I did was right or wrong. Part of me feels guilty about potentially ruining their wedding day, but another part of me feels like I finally stood up for myself and my career after taking crap for way too long. Those of you who've been the family screw-up, How do you handle it when enough is enough? Nothing could have prepared my aunt for the letter I read aloud at the family reunion. I'm Sarah, 37, and work as a librarian. I've always been the quiet one in my family, which apparently makes me an easy target. My Aunt Linda, 52, has been the self-appointed family matriarch for as long as I can remember. Every family gathering, she's the one holding court, telling stories, and somehow always managing to slip in little comments about everyone else. For years, Linda has made me her favorite topic of conversation. According to her, I'm antisocial because I prefer books to small talk. I'm ungrateful because I don't call her every week. I'm weird because I have 3 cats and I'm still single. She never says these things directly to me. That would be too obvious. Instead, she plants these seeds during phone calls with other relatives, at birthday parties when I'm in the bathroom, during family dinners when I step outside for air. The worst part is how she does it. She'll sigh dramatically and say something like, "I'm just worried about Sarah, you know? She seems so isolated." Or she'll laugh and shake her head while saying, "Sarah's always been different. Bless her heart." The family eats it up because Linda has this way of making her gossip sound like genuine concern. I've tried confronting her about it over the years. I've pulled her aside at Christmas, called her after hearing secondhand about something she said, even sent her a long email once explaining how her comments hurt me. Every single time, she either laughs it off or flat out denies it. "Oh, honey, you're being too sensitive. I never said that. You must have misunderstood. I love you, I'm just trying to help." Meanwhile, the damage was already done. Cousins started treating me like I was fragile or problematic. Uncle Mike would give me these pitying looks. My own parents began asking if I was doing okay more often than usual. Even my grandmother started suggesting I should put myself out there more and maybe consider getting rid of some of those cats. Our annual family reunion happens every July at this rented lodge in the mountains. It's a 3-day weekend with about 30 relatives ranging from my 85-year-old grandmother to my cousin's toddler. Everyone looks forward to it except me. Linda's voice cut through the noise from the other end. She was telling some story about running into her neighbor at the grocery store, but then somehow it shifted to family updates. She went around mentioning different relatives, who got promoted, who was dating someone new, whose kids were doing well in school. When she got to me, she paused for dramatic effect. And Sarah's probably too busy with her cats to ever build a real family. The table went quiet for just a second. Then several people laughed. Not mean laughter exactly, but that uncomfortable kind when someone says something that's supposedly funny, but also kind of cruel. My cousin Jennifer made a face like she felt bad for me. Uncle Mike looked down at his plate. A few people glanced my way with those sympathetic expressions I'd grown to hate. I sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth, feeling my face get hot. This wasn't the first time she'd made the cat lady joke. She'd been using variations of it for years. But something about hearing it in front of the entire family, seeing their reactions, watching some of them nod like they agreed, it broke something in me. Linda kept talking, moving on to other topics like nothing had happened. The conversation resumed around me, but I wasn't really hearing it anymore. I was thinking about all the times I'd let her get away with this. All the times I'd told myself it wasn't worth the drama. That she was just being Linda. That fighting back would only make me look bitter or crazy. I finished my dinner in silence and excused myself early, saying I was tired from the drive. Nobody seemed surprised. Of course, quiet, antisocial Sarah would want to go hide in her room instead of spending time with the family. Back in my room, I sat on the edge of the bed staring at my laptop. I wasn't tired at all. I was angry in a way I hadn't been in years. Not the quick flash of irritation I usually felt when Linda made her comments, but something deeper and more settled. I realized I had finally had enough. I opened my email and started scrolling back through years of messages. Linda was a prolific emailer, and an even more prolific texter. She sent group messages, forwarded gossip, and had a habit of sharing her concerns about various family members with whoever was really going to do this. Was I about to blow up my entire family over some mean comments? But then I'd remember the look on everyone's faces at dinner, the way they'd all just accepted Linda's version of who I was supposed to be, and my resolve would strengthen again. By morning, my hands were still shaking when I got dressed. I kept the folder in my room during breakfast, trying to act normal while my stomach churned. Linda was in full form at the breakfast table, making jokes about how I looked tired and asking if my cats had kept me up all night. A few people chuckled. I just nodded and ate my cereal. The family meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. in the main room of the lodge. It's this tradition we've had for years, where everyone sits around and shares updates about their lives, talks about plans for next year's reunion, that kind of thing. Usually I just say something brief about work being fine and leave it at that. Linda always speaks first because she likes to set the tone, and she always has the most to say. This year was no different. She stood up with this big smile and started talking about how wonderful it was to have everyone together, how important family is, how we should all make more effort to stay in touch throughout the year. Then she launched into her usual routine of giving updates about people who weren't there, sharing gossip she'd collected over the past year, and making little observations about everyone. When she got to talking about me, she put on this concerned expression and mentioned how she worried that some family members were becoming too isolated. She didn't say my name, but everyone knew who she meant. She talked about how important it was for people to push themselves out of their comfort zones and not let life pass them by. A few relatives nodded along sympathetically. I sat there, listening to her basically give a presentation on why I was a disappointment to the family, all disguised as loving concern. And I felt that same anger from the night before settle into something cold and determined. When Linda finished, a few other people shared their updates. My cousin talked about his kids' sports teams. My uncle mentioned his retirement plans. My mom gave an update about her garden club. The whole time, I kept looking down at the folder in my lap. One was a text conversation between Linda and my cousin Jennifer from 2 years ago, where Linda was spreading rumors about Uncle Mike losing his job before Mike had told anyone himself. Then I read an email where she'd called my grandmother dramatic and exhausting after Grandma had asked for help with her computer. People started shifting uncomfortably in their seats. I could see Linda's face getting red, and she tried to interrupt a few times, saying things like, "That's taken out of context, and you're being vindictive." But I just kept reading. I read the message where she'd told my cousin's ex-wife about the affair before the divorce was even final. I read the email where she'd made fun of my uncle's weight problem to her neighbor. I read the text where she'd called my parents enablers for supporting my decision to stay single. With each message, the room got quieter. People were staring at Linda with expressions ranging from shock to disgust. Some of them had their hands over their mouths. My cousin Jennifer looked like she might cry. I'd just confirmed that Linda had been the one to spread gossip about her divorce. The worst part was when I got to the messages about me. I read the email where Linda had called me pathetic and antisocial to her book club friends. I read the text where she'd joked about how my cats were probably the only relationship I'd ever have. I read the message where she'd told another relative that I was weird and ungrateful, and that the family should stop coddling me. But the final message was the one that really destroyed her. It was a text she'd sent to a friend outside the family just 2 months ago, where she'd called all of us pathetic and gullible, and bragged about how easy it was to manipulate family drama. She'd actually written, "They believe whatever I tell them about each other. It's almost too easy." When I finished reading that one, the silence in the room was deafening. Linda tried to defend herself, saying she'd just been venting, that everyone talks about their family sometimes, that I was being cruel and vindictive. But nobody spoke up for her. Not one person. The evidence was too clear, and too many people had just heard proof of things she'd done to them personally. She kept talking, getting more desperate, but I could see it was over. Her voice got shakier and high, and said she had no idea Linda had been spreading lies about her divorce. She thanked me for finally exposing what had been going on. Then my Uncle Mike cleared his throat and admitted he'd always wondered how certain family information seemed to travel so quickly between relatives, who supposedly didn't talk to each other much. But not everyone was on my side. My Aunt Carol, who's Linda's sister-in-law, said I should have handled this privately, instead of humiliating Linda in front of everyone. She said families were supposed to work things out behind closed doors, not air their dirty laundry at reunions. A few people nodded along with her, and I could feel the room starting to divide. My mom looked embarrassed, but also proud in this weird way. She pulled me aside later and said she'd had no idea how bad Linda's gossip had gotten, and that she was sorry for not standing up for me more over the years. My dad just patted my shoulder and said, "Sometimes people need to face consequences for their actions." The rest of the reunion was incredibly awkward. People kept approaching me privately to either thank me or tell me I'd gone too far. My cousin David said Linda had spread rumors about his wife being pregnant before they were ready to announce it, and he was glad someone had finally called her out. But my grandmother was disappointed in both Linda and me, saying she never thought her family would sink to this level of public confrontation. The drive home was when I really started processing what had happened. I'd actually done it. After years of being Linda's favorite target, I'd finally fought back. But instead of feeling triumphant, I mostly felt drained and a little sick to my stomach. The real fallout started in the week after the reunion. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing with texts and calls. The family group chat turned into a war zone, with people taking sides and arguing about what had happened. Linda's daughter called to scream at me for embarrassing her mother. My cousin Jennifer texted to say she was relieved someone had finally exposed Linda's behavior. Linda herself tried damage control for a few days. She sent long messages to different family members, claiming the screenshots were taken out of context, that she'd just been venting to friends, that everyone talks about their relatives sometimes. She said I'd been vindictive and cruel, and that they'd taken a vote, and the majority agreed that Linda had violated everyone's trust too badly to continue including her in family functions. That's when the guilt really hit me. I'd set out to defend myself, but I'd ended up getting Linda essentially exiled from the family. Part of me felt terrible about it. She's still my aunt, and despite everything, I never wanted to completely destroy her relationships with everyone. But another part of me felt something I hadn't experienced in years around my family. Peace. For the first time since I could remember, I wasn't walking into family gatherings worried about what stories Linda had been spreading about me. I wasn't second-guessing every interaction or wondering what people really thought of me based on her gossip. My relationship with different family members started changing almost immediately. My cousin Jennifer and I began texting regularly for the first time in years. Uncle Mike invited me to his retirement party and actually seemed to want me there, not like he was just being polite. Even relatives who'd been distant before started treating me like a normal person, instead of like Linda's problem case. The family dynamics shifted completely. Without Linda as the central information hub, people started talking to each other directly, instead of through her gossip network. Some relationships got stronger, others fell apart, but at least they were based on reality, instead of Linda's version of events. Linda tried reaching out to me directly a few times in the months after. She sent emails saying she missed the family and asking if we could work things out. She claimed she'd learned her lesson and just wanted things to go back to normal. But I never responded. I'd spent too many years trying to reason with her privately, and it had never worked. Now it's been almost a year since the reunion, and I still have mixed feelings about what I did. I finally got my voice back and stopped Linda from controlling the narrative about who I was supposed to be in this family. But I also basically ended her relationship with most of our relatives, and that feels like a pretty nuclear option for dealing with a family conflict. I still don't know if I did the right thing, but I know I couldn't have kept living as her favorite target. Sometimes I wonder if there was a better way to handle it. But then everyone went silent when I refused to pay for my brother's honeymoon after what he did to me years ago. I'm 30, female, and work as a nurse at a local hospital. For as long as I can remember, I've been the family bank account, the one everyone turns to when they need money, the one expected to help out whenever there's a financial emergency, the one who's supposed to just smile and write another check because family helps family. My younger brother Jake is 27 and has been the golden child since the day he was born. The favoritism started early and never stopped. When we were kids, Jake got brand new school clothes every August, while I got whatever was left over from our older cousin Emma's closet. Jake got the Nintendo 64, the PlayStation, the Xbox, basically every gaming system that came out during our childhood. I got books from the library and was told I should be grateful for the education. When Jake wanted to play sports, my parents signed him up for expensive travel teams and bought all the gear. When I wanted to join the school newspaper, they told me it was a waste of time since I'd probably just get married anyway. College was where the real inequality showed itself. My parents had been putting money aside for Jake's education since he was in elementary school. They'd talk about his college fund at dinner, discussing whether they should invest it differently or add more to it. When I was a junior in high school and started asking about my college plans, my mom sat me down and explained that they'd already stretched themselves thin saving for Jake, and I'd need to figure out my own way. They said it like it was just a fact of life, like of course the older kid should pave their own way so the younger one could have it easier. So I worked. I had a job at a local diner starting when I was 16, working nights and weekends while keeping up with school. I applied for every scholarship I could find and took out student loans for the rest. Meanwhile, Jake coasted through high school knowing his path was already paid for. During college, I worked at the campus bookstore and picked up shifts at a grocery store during breaks. I remember being so exhausted some days that I'd fall asleep in the library between classes. But the worst part wasn't just the unfairness. It was how my family started treating my financial stability like it belonged to them. To get my own place. But apartments in our area required first month, last month, and a security deposit up front. I kept the cash in an envelope hidden in my dresser drawer because I was young and paranoid about banks eating my money with fees I didn't understand yet. I'd gotten up to about $1,400 saved when I went to add my latest paycheck to the stash and found that $1,200 was missing. At first, I thought I'd miscounted or maybe moved it somewhere else, but after tearing my room apart, I knew it was gone. I asked my parents if they'd seen it, trying not to accuse anyone of anything, but my mom got defensive and asked why I was keeping that much cash lying around anyway. It took me 3 days of investigating to figure out what happened. Jake had been bragging to his friends about his new motorcycle, and when I pressed him about where he got the money for it, he finally admitted he'd taken my savings. He said he'd pay me back once he got a job, that it wasn't a big deal because I was still living at home anyway, so what did I need an apartment for? When I told my parents what happened, I expected them to be furious with Jake. Instead, they called it a sibling mistake and said these things happen in families. My dad actually suggested that maybe this was a sign I wasn't ready to move out yet, since I couldn't even keep track of my own money. They made me feel like I was overreacting for being upset that my brother had stolen over $1,000 from me. Jake never paid me back. Every few months I'd bring it up and he'd say he was still looking for work, or he had other expenses, or that I was being petty about money. My parents would tell me to drop it and stop holding grudges. Eventually I gave up asking. That was 10 years ago, and the family dynamic never changed. I became a nurse, got my own apartment with a different set of savings, and built a decent life for myself. But the family still saw me as their emergency fund. Car trouble, medical bills, home repairs, wedding expenses for various cousins. I've probably lent out thousands of dollars over the years that I'll never see again. Which brings me to last month. My parents called and said they wanted to have a family meeting about Jake's upcoming wedding to his fiancée, Sarah. I figured we'd be discussing typical wedding stuff. Who's invited? What? After all these years of the family supporting me. That's when I knew this conversation was going to go very differently than they expected. The room went quiet for a second after my mom's announcement, like everyone was waiting for my reaction. I could feel all eyes on me, my parents looking expectant, Jake still grinning like he'd just won the lottery, and various aunts and uncles nodding approvingly, like this was the most reasonable thing in the world. My first instinct was to laugh, because surely this had to be some kind of joke. A $4,000 honeymoon to Bali, just casually assigned to me like I was some kind of wedding sponsor. But looking around the room, I realized everyone was completely serious. My Aunt Linda was already talking about how generous it was of me, and my Uncle Bob started going on about how he'd paid for his brother's entire wedding reception back in the 1980s, because that's what family does for each other. What really got to me was Jake's comment about the family supporting me all these years. I sat there trying to process what he could possibly mean by that. Had they supported me when I worked 2 jobs through college, while his education was handed to him on a silver platter? Had they supported me when I lent them money over and over again that never got paid back? Had they supported me when Jake stole my apartment savings and they brushed it off like it was no big deal? My mom was already pulling out printouts of the resort Jake and Sarah had picked out, showing me pictures of overwater bungalows and spa packages. She was talking about how excited Sarah was about the couple's massage treatments, and how Jake had always dreamed of going to Southeast Asia. The way she was presenting it, you'd think she was doing me a favor by giving me the opportunity to fund their dream vacation. I could feel that familiar pressure building up inside me. The same feeling I'd gotten every time someone in my family had asked me for money over the years. That sense of being trapped between looking like a selfish person who doesn't care about family, or being the perpetual doormat who pays for everyone else's happiness. It's a horrible position to be in, because there's no good way out. If you say no, you're the bad guy who ruined someone's special moment. If you say yes, you're just enabling the same pattern that's been bleeding you dry for years. Villa with a private pool. Sarah wasn't even there, but he was speaking for both of them about how grateful they were going to be. He kept talking about how this would be the perfect start to their marriage, and how they'd never forget what I did for them. I started doing math in my head. $4,000 was more than I spent on groceries in 6 months. It was almost 2 months of my mortgage payments. It was money I'd been thinking about putting toward finally taking that vacation I'd been promising myself for 3 years, but kept postponing because someone always needed help with something. And here they were, just casually deciding that my hard-earned money should go toward funding someone else's luxury trip. My dad started talking about family legacy and how important it was for us to take care of each other. He brought up how his parents had helped him and my mom get started when they were young, conveniently leaving out the part where his parents had also helped me exactly 0 times with anything. My mom was nodding along and adding details about how this gift would really show Jake and Sarah how much the family valued their relationship. The conversation kept building momentum without me. People were talking about what a beautiful gesture this would be, how romantic Bali was going to be, how this would be something Jake and Sarah would remember for the rest of their lives. I felt like I was watching a play where everyone else knew their lines, and I was supposed to just smile and agree to bankroll the whole production. But something was shifting inside me. Maybe it was hearing Jake talk about all these years of family support that never actually happened. Maybe it was watching my parents orchestrate this whole thing like my financial contribution was a given. Maybe it was just 10 years of swallowed resentment finally reaching a breaking point. I started thinking about all the times I'd said yes when I wanted to say no. All the times I'd helped out when no one had ever helped me. All the times I'd been made to feel guilty for even hesitating when someone needed money. I looked around the room at all these people who were so comfortable spending my money, who thought it was perfectly reasonable to assign me a $4,000 bill without even asking if I could afford it, or if I wanted to contribute. I thought about how none of them had ever offered to help me with anything, how they all just assumed I was doing fine financially, because I worked in healthcare and didn't have kids. Word came out quieter than I expected, but it cut through all the chatter like a knife. I said no, and suddenly everyone stopped talking about resort amenities and family traditions and turned to stare at me like I'd just announced I was joining a cult. My mom did this nervous laugh and told me to stop being silly, that of course I was going to pay for the honeymoon. She said it like I was a toddler having a tantrum that just needed to be redirected back to the right behavior. But I wasn't done yet. I said no again, louder this time, and added that I wouldn't be paying for Jake's honeymoon, and I also wouldn't be giving any more money to this family until Jake paid back the $1,200 he stole from me 10 years ago. The silence that followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced in a room full of my relatives. These are people who always have something to say about everything, who talk over each other at every family gathering, who never let a moment of quiet exist without filling it with opinions or gossip or commentary. But right then, you could have heard someone breathing from across the house. Jake's face went bright red, and he started laughing. But it was that fake laugh people do when they're trying to make something awkward go away. He said I was being dramatic about ancient history, and that everyone makes mistakes when they're young. He tried to turn it into a joke, asking if I was really going to hold a grudge forever over something that happened when we were basically kids. But I wasn't backing down. I told the whole room about how Jake had taken my apartment savings to buy a motorcycle, how my parents had called it a sibling mistake, how I'd never gotten a single dollar back despite working multiple jobs to save that money. I explained how while Jake had his college paid for and got handed everything he wanted, I'd worked my ass off just to get basic necessities and build any kind of stability for myself. I could see some of my relatives starting to connect dots they'd maybe never put together before. My cousin Mike was nodding like things were finally making sense to him. My Aunt Carol was staring at Jake with this look of dawning realization, like she was seeing him clearly for the first time. A few people were shifting uncomfortably in their seats, probably remembering times they'd asked me for money, or assumed I was starting a new life while I was still bitter about the past. He said I'd always been resentful of him, and that this was just my way of trying to ruin his happiness. He actually had the nerve to suggest that maybe the reason I was still single was because I held grudges and couldn't let things go. But here's what really got to me. Not everyone in the room was defending him. My cousin Lisa was looking at Jake like she was seeing him with new eyes. My Uncle Jim's wife was nodding along when I talked about working multiple jobs in college. Even my great-aunt Dorothy, who usually stays out of family drama, was giving Jake some serious side-eye when he tried to play victim. I realized I'd reached my breaking point with the whole family dynamic, so I told them exactly how I felt. I said I'd been the family bank for years, lending money that never got repaid, helping with expenses that nobody else wanted to cover, being expected to contribute to everyone else's dreams while nobody gave a damn about mine. I said I was done being treated like my financial stability was community property that everyone else could just claim whenever they needed it. I grabbed my purse and walked out while my parents were still yelling about family loyalty, and Jake was still trying to convince everyone I was being unreasonable. I could hear the conversation exploding behind me as I got to my car, voices getting louder and more upset. But I didn't stick around to hear how it all played out. That was 3 weeks ago, and the fallout has been exactly what you'd expect. About half my family has completely stopped speaking to me. My parents send me guilt-trip texts every single day about how I'm destroying Jake's happiness and being vindictive over old wounds. They keep telling me it's my fault that Jake and Sarah are scrambling to figure out honeymoon funding with only 2 months left before the wedding. My mom has started sending me articles about forgiveness and family bonds, like I'm the one who needs to learn how to be a better person. Jake has been telling anyone who'll listen that I'm jealous and bitter and that I've always had it out for him. Sarah's been posting passive-aggressive things on social media about toxic family members who try to ruin other people's joy. Some of my aunts and uncles have taken sides, and apparently there's been a lot of behind-the-scenes drama about whether I was right to bring up old.
Had 5 real conversations with in my entire life. Reached out to say she was proud of me for finally standing up for myself. For the first time in years, I don't feel crazy for remembering things the way they actually happened, instead of the sanitized family version where Jake was just a typical younger brother and I'm being too sensitive about money that disappeared years ago. The moment I walked out of my mother's birthday dinner, after she tried to rewrite my childhood in front of everyone. I'm 28, a high school teacher, and I'd been trying to reconnect with my extended family over the past year after keeping them at arm's length for most of my 20s. My mother, Linda, just turned 60, and she'd been planning this birthday celebration for months. Looking back, I should have known what I was walking into. My mother has always been completely obsessed with appearances, especially when it comes to how she's perceived as a parent. Growing up, whenever I had what I now recognize as severe anxiety attacks, she would either flat out ignore them or tell me I was being dramatic and attention-seeking. God forbid anything I did or felt might make her look like less than the perfect mother to the outside world. The thing is, most of my extended family only ever heard her version of events. When I was struggling in middle school and barely getting out of bed some mornings, she'd tell my aunts and uncles that I was just going through a rebellious phase. When I had panic attacks during family gatherings and had to leave early, she'd explain to everyone that I was being antisocial or that I was just trying to get attention. She had this way of spinning everything so that she came across as this long-suffering, devoted mother dealing with a difficult child. By the time I got to high school, I'd basically learned to just keep my mouth shut around family. It was easier than trying to correct the narrative she'd already established. When I went away for college, I kept contact with extended family to a minimum. Holiday visits were brief and surface level. I figured it was better to just avoid the whole situation rather than deal with the exhaustion of pretending everything had been normal. But this past year, I'd been making an effort. My therapist had been encouraging me to reconnect with family members who might actually be supportive if they knew the real story. I'd been having some good conversations with a few cousins, and I thought maybe it was time to stop letting my mother's version of events define how everyone saw me. She picked this upscale Italian restaurant downtown for her party, the kind of place with cloth napkins and waiters who refill your water glass every 5 minutes. About 20 people showed up, her sisters and their families, some cousins I hadn't seen since I been too harsh in my judgment of these family gatherings. The restaurant had set up a long table for us in their private dining room. My mother was at the head of the table, obviously, with me sitting about halfway down on her right side. We'd gotten through appetizers and the main course, and people were starting to get a little louder and more relaxed from the wine. That's when my mother stood up and tapped her fork against her glass. She started with the usual birthday speech stuff, thanking everyone for coming, talking about how much family meant to her, how grateful she was to be celebrating with all the people she loved. Pretty standard stuff that you'd expect at any family gathering. People were smiling and nodding, and I was only half listening while I finished my chicken marsala. But then she shifted gears. She started talking about her journey as a mother and how proud she was of how she'd raised me. She went on about the challenges she'd faced and how she'd persevered through difficult times.
At first, I thought she was just doing the typical parent thing where they take credit for their kid turning out okay. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She talked about how I'd had some behavioral issues as a child, but that she'd refused to enable me or make excuses for my behavior. She actually used the words tough love and said she was proud that she'd helped cure me of my issues by not coddling me. She said that because of her approach, I'd grown up to be successful and independent, instead of dependent and needy. The whole table started clapping and nodding approvingly. I heard someone say something about how rare it was to find parents who weren't afraid to be firm with their children these days. My Aunt Carol made some comment about how she wished more parents would follow my mother's example instead of helicoptering their kids. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. She was literally rewriting the entire story of my childhood, painting herself as some kind of heroic parent who had saved me from myself through discipline and refusing to acknowledge my mental health struggles. And everyone was buying it, completely. They were sitting there, applauding her for basically neglecting and dismissing a child who was struggling with anxiety and depression. The worst part was watching everyone's faces as they breathe during panic attacks was sitting there beaming at me, waiting for me to validate her completely fictional version of our relationship. I sat there holding the microphone, feeling my heart start to race in that familiar way it used to when I was a kid. The same feeling I'd get right before those panic attacks that my mother would dismiss as attention-seeking behavior. Everyone was looking at me with these expectant smiles, waiting for me to deliver some touching speech about what an incredible mother she was and how grateful I was for all her sacrifices. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to just play along. Give a generic toast, say something nice about family, sit down, and get through the rest of the evening without causing a scene. That's what I'd been doing my entire life, keeping the peace, letting her narrative stand unchallenged, avoiding confrontation at all costs. It would have been so easy to just say something about being thankful for her love and support, and let everyone go home thinking she was Mother of the Year. But I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd just said. The way she'd described curing me of my issues through tough love. The applause from relatives who thought she'd done such a great job handling a difficult child. The complete rewriting of years of pain and dismissal into some kind of inspirational parenting story. And the fact that she'd done it in front of the same people who had only ever heard her version of events, cementing this false narrative even deeper. I looked down the table at my Aunt Sarah, who was still smiling and nodding encouragingly at me. She had no idea that the behavioral issues my mother had mentioned were actually panic attacks so severe that I sometimes couldn't go to school. She didn't know that the tough love approach had consisted of telling me to stop being dramatic and that other kids didn't act like this. My cousin Mike was grinning at me from across the table, probably expecting me to tell some funny story about childhood lessons learned. My mother was beaming at me with this look of complete confidence. She knew I wouldn't contradict her. She'd spent 28 years training me not to could continue to be complicit in this lie, or I could finally tell the truth to the people who had believed her story for so long. I stood up slowly, still holding the microphone. The table got quiet, and everyone was watching me with these warm, expectant expressions. My mother's smile was so bright and confident, she had no idea what was coming. I looked around the table one more time, taking in all these faces of people who thought they knew my story. Then I looked directly at my mother and said the words that I knew would change everything between us forever. I told them. I didn't remember it that way. The change in the room was immediate and dramatic. It was like someone had suddenly sucked all the air out of the space. The warm, celebratory atmosphere evaporated instantly. I could see confusion spreading across people's faces as they tried to process what I'd just said. My mother's confident smile faltered, and for the first time all evening, she looked genuinely caught off guard. But I kept going. I told them that she hadn't cured me of anything, that when I was having anxiety attacks as a kid, she'd told me to stop being dramatic instead of getting me help, that when I was struggling in school because I was depressed and anxious, she'd called me lazy rather than trying to understand what was going on. I explained that most of the healing and growth I'd done had happened as an adult, through therapy and supportive friends who actually listened to me, not through her tough love approach. The silence in that room was deafening. People were staring at their plates, looking between me and my mother, clearly uncomfortable and unsure how to react. Some of them looked genuinely shocked, like they were hearing this information for the first time. Others just looked embarrassed to be witnessing what was obviously about to become a family meltdown. My mother's face went through this progression of emotions in real time. First confusion, then disbelief, then anger, then something that looked almost like panic. Her perfect birthday celebration, her carefully crafted image, her moment to shine as the devoted mother. I was destroying all of it in front of the exact audience she cared most about impressing. She tried to recover, telling me I was embarrassing myself, that this wasn't an episode, probably trying to salvage the situation by falling back on her old narrative about my dramatic behavior. But I didn't stop to hear the rest of it. I walked through the restaurant as quickly as I could without actually running. The main dining area was busy with the usual Saturday night crowd, and I felt like everyone was staring at me, even though they obviously had no idea what had just happened. My hands were shaking as I pushed through the front door and stepped out into the cool evening air. The valet asked if I needed my car, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. I gave him my ticket and stood there on the sidewalk, trying to process what I'd just done. Part of me couldn't believe I'd actually said those things out loud, in front of all those people. The other part of me felt this weird sense of relief, like I'd been holding something heavy for years and had finally been able to set it down. My phone started buzzing before I even got to my car. I ignored the first few calls, but by the time I was pulling out of the parking lot, it was going off constantly. Text messages, missed calls, voicemails. I turned the volume off and focused on driving home. When I finally got back to my apartment, I made the mistake of looking at my phone. 23 missed calls and 41 text messages. Most of them were from family members who'd been at the dinner. The messages ranged from disappointed to absolutely furious. My cousin Mark sent me this long text about how selfish and ungrateful I was, and how I should be thankful for everything my mother had sacrificed for me over the years. He said I'd embarrassed the entire family, and that there was no excuse for what I'd done to her on her birthday. My Aunt Carol sent something similar, talking about how hurt my mother was and how I owed her an apology. The worst ones were from my mother's friends who'd been there. People I barely knew, sending me messages about what a wonderful woman my mother was and how disappointed they were in my behavior. One of her co-workers actually called me ungrateful and said I clearly had issues I needed to work on. It was like they'd all coordinated their responses, but I knew they hadn't. This was just the natural reaction when someone... Or maybe she was waiting for me to reach out first, expecting me to apologize and try to smooth things over like I'd done so many times before. I barely slept that night. I kept replaying the whole scene in my head, wondering if I should have handled it differently. Maybe I could have pulled her aside later and had a private conversation instead of calling her out in front of everyone. Maybe I could have found a way to correct the record without completely destroying her birthday celebration. But then I'd think about her speech, and how confident she'd looked while she was rewriting history, and how everyone had applauded her for basically neglecting my mental health as a child. I'd think about all the years I'd stayed quiet while she told people her version of events, and how many more years I'd probably continue to stay quiet if I hadn't finally spoken up. The next morning brought even more messages. Some family members who hadn't been at the dinner, but had obviously heard about what happened. A few more of my mother's friends weighing in with their opinions about my character and how I'd been raised. By Sunday afternoon, I was wondering if I'd permanently damaged relationships with half my extended family. But then, around midnight on Sunday, I got a message that changed everything. It was from my Uncle Dave, my mother's younger brother. He's always been the quiet one in the family, kind of keeps to himself and doesn't usually get involved in drama. His message was short and simple. He said he'd always thought something didn't add up about the stories my mother told about my childhood. He said he remembered me being a pretty anxious kid, and that he'd never understood why she seemed to think that was something I was doing on purpose. He thanked me for finally saying something, and said he was sorry it had taken so long for anyone to listen. That was it. One message of support out of dozens of angry ones. But it meant everything to me, because it came from someone who had actually been around during my childhood and had seen things with his own eyes. It was validation that I wasn't crazy, that my memories weren't wrong, that what I'd experienced had actually happened. The silence from my mother continued. Days turned into weeks, and she didn't reach out at all. I heard through my cousin that she was telling people I'd had some kind of mental health crisis, and that she was giving me space to work through my issues. Clicked. I realized I was sitting there as a 35-year-old woman, a professional, with my own life and career, and I was still being treated like a trained monkey. All those years of humiliation I'd swallowed, all the times I'd told myself I was just keeping the peace, it all felt absolutely insane suddenly. I could feel my heart pounding, but for the first time in decades, it wasn't from embarrassment or anxiety. It was from anger. Pure, clean anger at being dismissed and bulldozed over like my feelings didn't matter at all. My dad was still standing there with that expectant smile, and I could see some of my relatives shifting in their chairs, waiting for me to cave like I always did. But I didn't cave. Instead, I took a deep breath and stood up. Not to perform, but to finally say what I should have said years ago. I looked around the room and spoke clearly so everyone could hear me. I told them I wasn't performing this year. I said I never wanted to do this tradition. I explained that I only did it all these years because I was pressured into it, and I wasn't going to keep pretending it was something I enjoyed. The silence that followed was deafening. I'm talking complete, dead silence. You could have heard a pin drop in that dining room. Everyone just froze. Some people were staring at me like I'd just announced I was joining a cult. Others were looking down at their plates like they wanted to disappear. A few were glancing between me and my dad like they were watching a tennis match. My father's face went through this whole transformation. First confusion, like he couldn't process what I'd just said. Then this flash of hurt, like I'd personally betrayed him. And finally, his face turned red with anger. I could see him struggling to figure out how to respond in front of everyone. He's always been big on maintaining this image of being the fun, beloved family patriarch, and I just completely undermined that. Before he could say anything, my mother jumped in. She immediately started scolding me for making a scene and embarrassing my father. She had this tone like I was a teenager acting out instead of an adult woman standing up for herself. She kept saying how inappropriate this was, and how I was ruining Christmas for everyone. That's when my dad found his voice again. He tried to regain control and mediate, saying something about how we should all just calm down and remember it's Christmas. But you could tell she was uncomfortable and didn't really know whose side to take. A couple of my cousins were looking at me with what I think was respect, but they weren't about to speak up and make themselves targets. Then my Uncle Joe, who's always been my dad's biggest supporter, decided to pile on. He started lecturing me about respecting my elders and keeping family traditions alive. He said I was being ungrateful and selfish, and that a little performance never hurt anyone. Easy for him to say, since he'd never been forced to do it. The whole thing escalated from there. My dad kept insisting I was making a mountain out of a molehill, and that I'd always enjoyed performing before. I had to correct him and say no, I never enjoyed it. I just did it because I felt like I had to. My mother was getting more and more agitated, worried about what the relatives would think and how this would reflect on them as parents. Someone finally tried to change the subject. I think it was my cousin Mark talking about football scores. But the damage was already done. The whole atmosphere in the room had shifted. People were trying to have normal conversations, but you could feel how awkward and tense everything had become. The easy, festive mood from earlier in the evening was completely gone. I could see relatives exchanging glances and having these whispered conversations. Some of them looked sympathetic, others looked disapproving, and a few just looked uncomfortable, like they wished they were anywhere else. My parents were barely speaking to me for the rest of the evening, just giving me these cold, disappointed looks across the room. The worst part was watching my dad try to recover. He kept making these forced jokes and trying to get conversations going, but you could tell he was rattled. This was supposed to be his big family gathering, where he got to play the role of beloved patriarch. And instead, it had turned into this uncomfortable confrontation that everyone would remember. I spent the rest of the evening feeling like I was in this weird bubble. Part of me felt proud for finally standing coffee and catching up, but by 8:30, people were already making excuses about long drives and early mornings. My aunt claimed she had a headache. My uncle said he wanted to beat the traffic. Everyone was just desperate to get out of there and away from the awkwardness I'd created. My parents walked everyone to the door with these big, fake smiles, thanking them for coming and wishing them happy holidays. But as soon as the last car pulled out of the driveway, the masks came off. My mother immediately started in on me about how I'd humiliated them in front of the entire family. She kept saying I could have handled it privately instead of making a public spectacle. My dad barely looked at me for the rest of the night. When I tried to help clean up the dishes, he just walked out of the kitchen. The silent treatment from him hurt more than I expected it to. I ended up leaving earlier than I'd planned because the atmosphere was so uncomfortable. The drive home was miserable. 3 hours alone with my thoughts, replaying everything and wondering if I'd completely screwed up. The next few days were even worse. My phone kept buzzing with texts and calls from relatives who'd been at dinner. Some of them were brutal. My aunt sent me this long message about how disappointed she was in my behavior and how I should be ashamed of myself for disrespecting my father like that. She said I'd always been selfish, but this was a new low. Uncle Joe called me directly to lecture me about family values and respecting traditions. He went on and on about how my grandparents would be rolling in their graves if they knew how I'd acted. He said a little performance never hurt anyone, and I was being dramatic and ungrateful. The conversation got pretty heated before I finally hung up on him. But the one that really stung was when my cousin Lisa texted me saying I'd ruined Christmas for her kids. She claimed they were asking why I was mean to Grandpa and why everyone seemed upset. According to her, I'd traumatized them by causing family drama. I felt awful about that, because I never wanted the kids to be affected by any of this. My mother kept calling every day, trying to get me to apologize. She'd start the conversation talking about something neutral, then work her way around to how I could. That changed everything. My 16-year-old cousin Emma texted me out of nowhere. She said she wanted to thank me for what I did at Christmas dinner. Apparently, her parents had been pushing her to start doing performances at family gatherings too, and she'd been absolutely dreading it. She told me that after seeing what happened with me, her parents backed off the idea completely. They didn't want to risk another family confrontation. She said I probably saved her from years of the same humiliation I'd been dealing with. She also mentioned that she'd always felt bad for me during those performances because she could tell I hated doing them, even when I was smiling. That text completely shifted my perspective. Maybe I hadn't just been selfish and dramatic. Maybe I'd actually broken a cycle that was about to trap another generation. Emma also told me that some of the younger cousins had been talking about how brave I was for standing up to the adults. Apparently, not everyone thought I was the villain in this situation. It's been a couple weeks now, and my dad still isn't speaking to me. My mother has toned down the guilt trips, but she's still hoping I'll make the first move toward reconciliation. Some relatives are clearly still angry with me, but others have reached out privately to say they understood where I was coming from. The whole thing has me questioning everything about family dynamics and traditions and standing up for yourself. Part of me still feels guilty for disrupting Christmas and causing all this drama. But another part of me feels free for the first time in decades. I don't have to dread next Christmas because I know I'll never perform again. I keep going back and forth on whether I handled it the right way, but I can't bring myself to regret finally saying no after 30 years of going along with something that made me miserable. Shock spread through the room when I announced I wouldn't be leaving my house to my brother in the will. I'm 41, a single mother of 2 kids, and I've worked my ass off to get where I am today. My brother Jake is 38, and he's been the family's golden child his entire life despite being completely irresponsible with money. We'd just gotten back from our great-aunt's funeral, and somehow that turned into a family gathering at my house to talk about future planning. I should have known something was up when my parents suggested we all meet at my place instead of theirs. My parents, both in their late 60s, have always had this traditional mindset where sons are somehow more important than daughters. They've bailed Jake out of financial trouble more times than I can count, while I was working 2 jobs to afford this house and provide stability for my kids. When Jake lost his job 3 years ago, they covered his rent for 6 months. When he totaled his car because he was driving drunk, they bought him a new one. Meanwhile, when I was struggling to make my mortgage payments after my ex stopped paying child support, they told me I needed to be more responsible with money. The gathering started innocently enough. My Aunt Linda was there with her husband. My cousin Marie drove up from 2 towns over, and a few other relatives had stopped by. Everyone was sitting in my living room, drinking coffee, and picking at the leftover casseroles people had brought after the funeral. The conversation drifted from memories of Great-Aunt Helen to practical matters about her estate, and then somehow it shifted to talking about our own futures. That's when my mother dropped the bomb. She was sitting on my couch, the one I'd saved up for months to buy, in the house I'd scraped together every penny to afford. And she said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. She mentioned how important it was for everyone to have their affairs in order, and then she looked around the room with this satisfied smile and said that of course Jake would inherit my house someday, since he deserved it more as the only son. I felt like I'd been slapped. Several relatives actually nodded in agreement, like this was something that had already been discussed and decided without me. My Aunt Linda even chimed in about how nice it would be for Jake to finally have some stability. Marie mentioned that it made sense, since I'd probably remarry someday, even there. They were talking about my children's inheritance like it was negotiable. Like the years I'd spent building this life meant nothing because I happened to be born female. The anger started building in my chest. I thought about all the times I'd worked overtime shifts while Jake was out partying. I remembered the nights I'd stayed up doing homework with my kids at this very kitchen table while he was calling my parents for another loan. I thought about every sacrifice I'd made to give my children a stable home, and here was my family casually discussing how they'd take it away from them. My mother kept talking about family responsibility and how I'd always been good at taking care of people. She said it would be selfish of me to leave everything to my kids when Jake had never had the chance to build anything for himself. My father nodded along, adding that Jake had always struggled more than I had and deserved some security in his life. The entitlement was staggering. They were sitting in the home I'd worked myself to the bone to afford, talking about how I owed it to my irresponsible brother because he was male and had made poor choices his entire adult life. They expected me to sacrifice my children's future to subsidize his failures, and they acted like I should be grateful for the opportunity. I realized this wasn't just a casual conversation. This was them telling me what they expected from me. They'd probably discussed this among themselves for years, just assuming I'd go along with it when the time came. The way they were all nodding and agreeing told me this was a done deal in their minds. That's when something inside me snapped. I'd spent my entire adult life putting my kids first, working multiple jobs, making sacrifices, building something stable and secure for them. And my family wanted to hand it over to my brother because he'd never bothered to do the same for himself. I looked around the room at all these people who'd taken my compliance for granted, who'd assumed I'd just roll over and let them make decisions about my life and my children's future. The anger was burning in my chest now, and I knew I couldn't sit there quietly anymore. I stood up from my chair, and the room gradually went quiet as everyone turned to look at me. I stood up and told them exactly what they needed to hear. I said that family was supposed to take care of each other. The volume of his voice made my younger kid peek around the corner from the kitchen where they'd been doing homework, but I gestured for them to stay back. This wasn't something they needed to see up close. My mother immediately jumped to Jake's defense, which didn't surprise me at all. She said I was being cruel and that I was dividing the family with this selfishness. She reminded me how much they'd done for me over the years and how disappointed she was that I would turn my back on my brother like this. My father chimed in that Jake had never had the opportunities I'd had, and that this was my chance to help level the playing field. The whole room erupted after that. Aunt Linda said she couldn't believe I would be so heartless toward my own brother. Marie started talking about how Jake had always struggled and deserved some security. Even my uncle, who'd been quiet most of the evening, said something about family loyalty and looking out for each other. What really got to me was how they made it sound like I was the villain in this situation. They acted like I was stealing something from Jake, when the reality was that they were trying to steal from my children. They kept using words like selfish and ungrateful and cruel, and they were saying them about me, defending my kids' inheritance. Jake kept ranting about how unfair it was that I got everything just because I'd been lucky enough to find steady work. Lucky. Like I hadn't worked my ass off for years while he was bouncing from job to job and calling my parents every time he needed money. He said I owed it to the family to share what I had, and that keeping the house for my kids was just greedy. My mother was getting more emotional by the minute. She said she'd raised me better than this, and that she was ashamed of my attitude. She brought up every favor they'd ever done for me, every time they'd helped with the kids when I was working late, every birthday gift they'd given over the years. She made it sound like all of that came with strings attached, like I owed them my house because they'd been decent grandparents. The worst part was when my father said that my kids would be fine because they were young and had their whole lives ahead of them to build their own security. He said Jake was running out of it wasn't fair to change the rules now. I pointed out that I'd never said any such thing, that this assumption was entirely in his head, and apparently in theirs too. My mother accused me of being vindictive and holding grudges about the past. She said I was punishing Jake for being different from me, for needing more help and support over the years. She made it sound like his irresponsibility was some kind of disability that I should accommodate by giving him my house. The whole confrontation probably lasted about 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. Everyone was talking over each other, voices getting louder and angrier. My neighbors probably heard the whole thing. I kept thinking about my kids in the other room, listening to their family tear each other apart over something that should have been a non-issue. What struck me most was how entitled they all felt to make decisions about my property. They weren't asking me to consider leaving the house to Jake or suggesting it might be a nice gesture. They were telling me that this was what was expected, what was right, what I owed to the family. The assumption that my hard work and sacrifice meant less than Jake's gender was breathtaking. Eventually, people started gathering their things to leave. The atmosphere had gone from family gathering to war zone in the span of half an hour. My mother was crying. My father looked disgusted with me, and Jake was still muttering about how unfair the whole situation was. As they filed out of my house, several of them made parting shots about how disappointed they were in me, and how I'd think differently once I'd had time to cool down and consider what was really important. After everyone left, I just sat on my couch for a while, trying to process what had just happened. The house felt eerily quiet after all that yelling and drama. I could hear my kids moving around upstairs, probably finishing their homework and pretending they hadn't heard the whole thing fall apart downstairs. That's when my oldest came down and found me sitting there. They're 15, old enough to understand what all the shouting had been about. Without saying anything, they just walked over and hugged me. Then they said something that almost made me cry. They thanked me for protecting them. They said they'd been worried when they heard everyone talking about the house, but they were proud that I'd stood up for them.
Whole drive home crying about how I'd changed and become someone she didn't recognize. Jake sent several texts that were basically just variations of calling me selfish and ungrateful. He said I was destroying the family over greed and that he'd never forgiven me for this. He brought up every time our parents had helped me over the years and said I owed them more than this kind of treatment. My father's message was shorter but somehow worse. He just said he was ashamed of me and that he'd raised me to care about family, not just myself. He said my great-aunt Helen would be rolling in her grave if she knew how I was treating my brother. The messages kept coming over the next few days. Aunt Linda called me cruel and said she couldn't believe I'd put money over family. Marie sent a long text about how Jake had always looked up to me and how devastating it must be for him to realize I didn't care about his future. Even relatives who weren't at the gathering started reaching out, clearly having heard their version of what happened. They all made it sound like I'd done something terrible to Jake, like I'd stolen something that belonged to him. The way they told it, I was this heartless person who was hoarding wealth while my poor brother struggled. None of them seemed to remember that this was my house, that I'd worked for it, that I had children whose future was at stake. The pressure was intense. I started second-guessing myself constantly. Maybe I should have handled it differently. Maybe I should have talked to Jake privately instead of making a scene in front of everyone. Maybe there was a way to compromise that would keep the peace without completely screwing over my kids. My mother called me every day for a week, trying different approaches. Sometimes she'd be angry and accusatory. Other times she'd be sad and disappointed. A few times she tried guilt, talking about how family was supposed to stick together and how I was tearing everyone apart. She kept saying that if I just changed my mind, everything could go back to normal. Jake started sending me articles about family wealth and inheritance, trying to prove that I was being unreasonable. He found stories about siblings who'd shared inheritances and families who'd stayed close by helping each other financially. He sent me quotes about generosity and family loyalty. The manipulation was obvious, but still effective at making me doubt myself. Jake feel better about his own failures. When I thought about it that way, the choice was obvious. I also started to see how manipulative the whole situation was. They'd spent years conditioning me to believe that taking care of Jake was my responsibility. They'd made me feel guilty for succeeding when he struggled, like his problems were somehow my fault. The assumption that I owed him my house was just the logical endpoint of years of this kind of thinking. The messages and calls continued for weeks. Some relatives stopped talking to me entirely. Others kept trying to convince me to change my mind. Jake started posting passive-aggressive things on social media about family loyalty and people who forget where they came from. My mother would call crying about how the family was falling apart and it was all my fault. Through it all, that moment with my kid kept me grounded. They'd thanked me for protecting them, and that's exactly what I was doing. I was protecting my children's future from family members who felt entitled to it simply because they'd decided Jake deserved it more. Now I'm second-guessing myself about whether I handled it right, but I'm not second-guessing the decision itself. Was going public the only way to stop the entitlement before it grew worse? Or should I have found a more diplomatic approach that didn't blow up the entire family dynamic? Whispers turned into shouts. After I refused to pay for my parents' anniversary party, I, 33, electrician, have been the family ATM my entire adult life while watching my parents spoil my younger siblings, Sarah, 29, and Mike, 26. Growing up, I was always told to be independent and figure things out on my own. When I needed money for trade school, I took out loans. When my truck broke down at 22, I worked overtime for months to fix it. Meanwhile, my parents paid for Sarah's 4-year degree at a private college, bought Mike his first car, and even helped both of them with down payments on their houses. The excuse was always the same. I was the oldest. I needed to learn responsibility. But here's the kicker. Whenever there was a family emergency or someone needed money, guess who got the call? When Dad needed dental work that insurance wouldn't cover, I paid for it. When Mom's car transmission died, I covered that too. Sarah's wedding? I dropped $3,000 on that without being asked, just expected. Mike lost his job 2 years ago and couldn't make rent for 4 months. Apparently, that was my problem to solve. Every single time, it was just understood that I'd handle it because I had a steady job and no kids. The pattern became so normal that I stopped questioning it. I'd get the call, feel that familiar knot in my stomach, and then just transfer the money or write the check. My siblings would thank me with these casual comments like, "You're such a good brother," or "We're so lucky you're doing well." Like I was some kind of family charity, rather than their brother who never got the same help growing up. Last Tuesday, Mom called and asked if I could come over for dinner. Nothing unusual about that. I try to visit once a week. She mentioned that Sarah and Mike would be there too, which was nice, since we don't all get together that often with everyone's schedules. When I showed up, though, something felt different. Sarah was sitting at the kitchen table with this weird, excited energy, and Mike kept grinning at me like he knew something I didn't. Mom was bustling around more than usual, and Dad was actually dressed up a bit instead of wearing his usual ratty polo shirt. We sat down to eat, dropped out. Mom casually mentioned that they'd already looked at venues and found this perfect place, the Grandview Banquet Hall downtown. Really nice spot, she said, the kind of place where you have elegant receptions and fancy corporate events. She'd spoken to the event coordinator, and they could accommodate 150 guests. The whole family would be there, plus all their friends from church, Dad's co-workers, even some cousins from out of state. I was doing the math in my head while she talked. The Grandview isn't cheap. I'd done electrical work there before. We're talking serious money for a party that size. Catering, bar service, decorations, the works. I started to get that familiar sinking feeling. But I told myself, maybe they'd been saving up for this. Maybe they had it handled.
Then Mom looked right at me with this expectant smile and said that since this was such a milestone, and since I was doing so well with my business, I'd be taking care of the costs. Not asking, not discussing, just announcing it like it was already decided. Sarah immediately started clapping and making comments about how I could definitely afford it and how generous I was being. Mike jumped in with some joke about me being the family's sugar daddy. They were both laughing and already talking about what kind of flowers would look best and whether we should have a DJ or a live band. Dad reached over and patted my shoulder, saying it was only right since I was doing well for myself and they'd sacrificed so much raising us kids. He had this proud look on his face, like I'd already agreed to everything. I just sat there staring at them. The whole thing had been planned out without me. They'd picked the venue, set the guest count, probably already put down a deposit. And now they were all looking at me like this was some kind of honor they were giving me, not a massive financial burden they were dropping in my lap. The conversation kept going around me. Sarah was talking about invitation designs. Mom was discussing the menu options, and Mike was already planning what he'd say in his speech. Nobody seemed to notice that I hadn't actually said yes to any of this. They were just moving forward like my agreement was a given, like the money would magically appear because it always had before. That's when I realized this wasn't a family dinner. This was an ambush, and just stared at me. Mike's smile disappeared completely. Mom looked like I just told her I hated her cooking. Dad was the first one to respond. He reminded me that they'd raised 3 kids, worked 2 jobs each for years, never took vacations so we could have what we needed. He said this party wasn't just for them. It was for the whole family to celebrate together. The implication was clear. After everything they'd done for us, this was the least I could do for them. Sarah jumped in next, explaining how she couldn't possibly contribute right now because the baby was so expensive and her maternity leave had cut their income in half. She started listing all their monthly expenses: formula, diapers, childcare, the pediatrician visits. Mike nodded along and added that he'd just started this new job 3 months ago and was still catching up on bills from when he was unemployed. The thing that got me was how reasonable they all sounded. Like, of course I should pay for everything because I was the only one in a position to do it. Sarah even said she wished she could help, but she was sure I understood her situation. Mike mentioned how proud he was that I'd built up my business enough to be able to do something this generous for our parents. Mom started getting emotional, talking about how this might be one of their last big celebrations, and how much it would mean to have all their friends and family there. She said she'd been dreaming about this for months, picturing everyone together, seeing Dad happy and proud. The way she said it made me feel like I'd be destroying her dreams if I didn't agree. But something inside me was getting angry. I started thinking about my own wedding 3 years ago, the one where I paid for everything myself because my parents said they couldn't afford to help. I thought about how I'd eaten ramen for months to save up for trade school while they were paying Sarah's tuition. I remembered working double shifts to buy my first work truck, while Mike got a brand new Honda for his 16th birthday. The anger was building, but I tried to stay calm. I suggested maybe we could do something smaller, more budget-friendly. A nice dinner at a restaurant instead of a banquet hall. Maybe 50 people instead of 150. We could still make it special without spending a fortune. That's when things really... He always thought I was more generous than this. Mike mentioned how I'd always been there for the family before, so why was I choosing now to be difficult? Mom was really crying now, asking where she'd gone wrong raising me. She said she'd always been proud of how successful I'd become, but maybe success had changed me into someone who didn't care about family anymore. Dad just sat there shaking his head, looking at me like I was a stranger. I tried explaining that it wasn't about not wanting to celebrate them or not caring about family. I told them about all the times I'd helped out over the years, all the money I'd contributed without complaining. I mentioned how I'd never gotten the same kind of help they'd given Sarah and Mike, but that I'd never made a big deal about it. That made things even worse. Sarah said I was being petty and bringing up old grievances that had nothing to do with this situation. Mike accused me of keeping score and holding grudges. Dad said he was ashamed that I'd turned their anniversary into some kind of accounting of who owed who what. The whole room felt like it was closing in on me. Everyone was talking at once, voices getting louder. Mom was still crying. Sarah was lecturing me about family responsibility. Mike was calling me selfish, and Dad was just glaring at me with this look of complete disappointment. That's when I realized I had to make a choice. I could give in like I always did, write the check, keep the peace, and feel bitter about it for years. Or I could finally say what needed to be said, even if it meant dealing with their anger and disappointment. I took a deep breath, looked around the table at all of them, and said the words that changed everything. I told them I wasn't paying for the party. It wasn't my responsibility to fund their celebration, and I was done being the family's automatic solution to every financial need. The silence that followed was deafening. The silence lasted maybe 5 seconds before all hell broke loose. Dad's face went bright red, and he started yelling about disrespect and ingratitude. He said after everything they'd sacrificed for me, this was how I repaid them. Mom was sobbing now, not just crying, but actually sobbing like someone had died. She kept saying she didn't understand how she'd raised such a... This was different. This wasn't an emergency or someone in need. This was them expecting me to fund their party because they didn't want to pay for it themselves. That made Dad even angrier. He started listing everything they'd done for me growing up. The roof over my head, the food, the clothes. He conveniently left out the part about Sarah's college tuition and Mike's car and all the other stuff they'd paid for that I never got. When I tried to point that out, Sarah cut me off and said I was being petty and keeping score like some kind of accountant. The whole thing was spiraling completely out of control. Mom was crying so hard she could barely breathe. Dad was pacing around the kitchen calling me ungrateful. Sarah was texting someone, probably her husband, about what a terrible person I was. Mike just sat there looking disgusted with me. I realized there was no point in staying. Nothing I said was getting through to them, and they were just getting more worked up. I told them I was leaving, and that maybe we could talk about this when everyone calmed down. That just made them angrier. Dad said if I walked out that door, I was proving how little I cared about family. Mom begged me not to leave like this, not to ruin everything over money. But I was done. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door while they were all still yelling behind me. Sarah called me heartless as I was walking out. The last thing I heard was Mom crying and asking what she was going to tell all their friends. I sat in my truck for a few minutes before driving home, just trying to process what had happened. My phone was already buzzing with texts, but I didn't look at them until I got home. The messages were brutal. Sarah sent 3 long paragraphs about how disappointed she was in me and how I'd always been the brother she looked up to until now. Mike's were shorter, but meaner, just calling me selfish and saying I'd shown my true colors. The worst ones came later that night. Mom sent a text saying Dad had been crying, actually crying, and that she'd never seen him so hurt. She said they'd been so proud of me and my success, but now they didn't know who I was anymore. Sarah sent screenshots of her conversation with her husband, where she'd told him I'd refused to help with everything they needed. I thought about Sarah's college graduation, where they'd thrown her a big party that I'd ended up paying for without being asked. The next morning, I got a call that I wasn't expecting. It was my Aunt Linda, Dad's older sister. She'd heard about what happened. Apparently, Mom had called her crying the night before. But instead of lecturing me, Linda said something that floored me. She told me she was proud of me for finally standing up to them. Linda said she'd watched this pattern for years and had always felt bad about how differently my parents treated me compared to Sarah and Mike. She admitted that the whole family had noticed it, but nobody wanted to say anything because it would cause drama. She said she'd often wondered when I was going to reach my breaking point. And honestly, she was surprised it had taken this long. That conversation helped, but it didn't make the guilt go away completely. My parents still weren't talking to me 3 days later. The family group chat had gone completely silent. Sarah and Mike were giving me the cold shoulder, and I heard through Linda that the anniversary party planning had stopped entirely. The thing that bothered me most was wondering if I'd made the right choice. Part of me felt free for the first time in years, but another part of me felt like I'd destroyed my relationship with my family over money. Then yesterday, I got a text from Mom saying they wanted to talk things through and asking if I could come over tomorrow evening. I'm not sure if this is them wanting to actually work things out, or just another attempt to guilt me into paying for the party. Update. Mom just texted saying they want to talk things through tomorrow. Not sure if I should go or if this is just another guilt trap.
Gasps filled the hall when I told my sister I wouldn't babysit her kids during her honeymoon. I'm a 27-year-old graduate student trying to balance my coursework with 2 part-time jobs just to keep my head above water. My sister Emma is 29 and has 2 kids, Mason, who's 8, and Lily, who's 5. She's been treating me like her personal unpaid babysitter for the past 3 years. It started small, you know. Emma would call me up saying she had a work thing or needed to run errands, and could I watch the kids for a few hours? I said yes, because that's what you do for family, right? But then it became every weekend. Then it became her dropping them off at my apartment with maybe an hour's notice because she wanted to go out with friends or have date nights. I've never been paid, never even gotten a proper thank you. It's always just, "You're such a good aunt." Like that somehow makes up for the fact that I haven't had a free weekend in months. The worst part is, my parents always back her up. Whenever I've tried to say no or set boundaries, they immediately jump in with the whole "family helps family" lecture. My mom will call me and say I need to be more supportive, that Emma is a single mom doing her best. Well, she was a single mom. Now she's marrying Jake, this guy she's been dating for 8 months who seems nice enough, but I barely know him. I love Mason and Lily, don't get me wrong. They're great kids, and it's not their fault their mom sees me as free childcare. Mason's gotten into baseball this year and always wants to tell me about his games. Lily still asks me to read her the same bedtime story 3 times in a row. But I'm drowning here. I'm working at a coffee shop in the mornings and tutoring high school kids in the evenings while trying to finish my master's degree in social work. I haven't been able to take on extra tutoring clients because I never know when Emma's going to dump the kids on me. Last month, I had to skip a study group for a major exam because Emma decided she needed a girls' night. The month before that, I missed my friend's birthday party because Emma had a work event she couldn't get out of. I'm starting to resent the kids, and I hate that feeling because they don't deserve it. But I also don't know how to get out of this cycle without looking like a terrible person. Amazing. Way better than my usual diet of ramen and whatever's on sale at the grocery store. Emma seemed genuinely happy, and even though I was still annoyed about the whole babysitting situation, I was trying to just enjoy the night and be supportive. After dinner, people started giving little speeches. Jake's best man told some embarrassing story about their college days. Emma's maid of honor got everyone crying with this sweet speech about their friendship. Then Emma stood up to say something herself. She started with the usual stuff, thanking everyone for coming, talking about how excited she was for the wedding tomorrow, how much she loved Jake. People were smiling and nodding. A few of the aunts were getting teary-eyed. It was all very sweet and normal. Then Emma looked right at me with this huge smile and said she wanted to publicly thank her amazing sister, who was going to watch Mason and Lily for 2 weeks
while she and Jake went on their honeymoon to Italy. The room erupted in applause. People were clapping and saying "aw" like it was the most heartwarming thing they'd ever heard. My Uncle Bob shouted something about what a great sister I was. A few people turned to smile at me, clearly expecting me to wave or say something gracious. But I just sat there, with my fork halfway to my mouth, completely frozen. 2 weeks? She'd never said anything about 2 weeks. Hell, she'd never even asked me about watching the kids at all. This was the first I was hearing about any of this, and she was announcing it in front of 60 people like it was already decided. My stomach felt like it dropped to the floor. 2 weeks would mean missing classes, calling out of both my jobs, basically putting my entire life on hold. I had a major research paper due the week they'd be gone that I'd been working on for months. I had 3 tutoring sessions scheduled that I couldn't afford to cancel. I had my own life, my own responsibilities, my own plans. Emma was still beaming, clearly loving all the attention and praise for having such a selfless, family-oriented sister. Jake looked a little confused, like maybe this was news to him too. Everyone was still clapping at the head table, looking proud. Emma's future in-laws were smiling at me like I was this wonderful, selfless person. All of Emma's friends were probably thinking how lucky she was to have such a supportive sister. The pressure to just say yes and be the good sister everyone expected me to be was overwhelming. Then I looked at Emma's face, and she had this expression like she'd already won. Like she knew I wouldn't dare embarrass her in front of all these people. Like she'd planned this whole public announcement specifically because she knew I'd be trapped into saying yes. That look made something inside me snap completely. I stood up slowly, and the room started to quiet down, probably expecting me to give some gracious speech about how honored I was to help with the kids. Instead, I looked directly at Emma and said I wasn't available for 2 weeks, that I was never asked, and that I wouldn't be babysitting. The silence that followed was absolutely deafening. You could have heard a pin drop. Someone's fork clinked against their plate, and it sounded like a gunshot. The smile completely disappeared from Emma's face, and she just stared at me like I'd slapped her. Then she exploded. Her voice got really loud, and she demanded to know if I was seriously doing this right now at her rehearsal dinner. She was clearly trying to make me look like the villain, like I was the one being unreasonable for not going along with her assumption. I told her she'd just announced I'd be watching her kids for 2 weeks without asking me first. My voice was shaking, but I was trying to keep it steady because I knew everyone was listening to every word. The whole room was dead silent except for our conversation. That's when Emma completely lost it. She started yelling about how I was trying to ruin her wedding and how this was supposed to be her special time. She called me selfish and said I was being completely unreasonable. Her face was getting red and her voice was getting higher, and honestly, she looked a little unhinged. Jake was trying to calm her down, putting his hand on her arm and saying something quiet to her, but she wasn't having it. She kept yelling about how I was ruining everything and how could I do this to her. Then my mom jumped in from across the room and told me to apologize to Emma right now. She said with anything, which was rich considering I'd been her free babysitter for 3 years. She was getting more and more worked up, and Jake was looking increasingly embarrassed. My mom started in again about how I needed to apologize and stop making a scene. She said Emma had enough stress with the wedding, and I was being incredibly selfish and inconsiderate. A few of my aunts were nodding along like they agreed with her. But I was done. I was so tired of being the one who always had to give in, who always had to sacrifice for everyone else's convenience. I was tired of being expected to drop everything whenever Emma decided she needed something. I was tired of my parents always taking her side and making me feel guilty for having my own life and responsibilities. The whole confrontation probably only lasted about 5 minutes, but it felt like hours. Emma was still yelling. My mom was still lecturing me about family obligations, and everyone else was just watching this train wreck unfold. Jake looked mortified and kept trying to get Emma to sit down and calm down. I could feel my face getting hot and my hands were shaking. Part of me wanted to just apologize and make it all go away, but I knew that if I backed down now, nothing would ever change. Emma would keep assuming she could use me whenever she wanted, and my parents would keep guilting me into going along with it. So I grabbed my purse and walked out without saying another word. Emma was still yelling behind me about how I was ruining her big day and how selfish I was being. My mom called my name a couple times, but I just kept walking toward the exit. The last thing I heard before I got out of there was Emma screaming about how I was the worst sister ever. I made it to my car before I completely broke down. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I sat there for probably 10 minutes, just trying to calm down enough to drive home safely. I kept replaying the whole scene in my head, wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life, or if I'd finally done something I should have done years ago. The drive home was awful. I kept thinking about Emma's face when I said no, how shocked everyone looked, how my mom had yelled at me in front of all those people.
Dinner. I spent the whole day alternating between feeling guilty and feeling justified. I kept my phone off until Sunday night because I was too scared to see what people were saying about me. When I finally turned it back on, I had 47 messages. 47. Most of them were from various family members calling me selfish, cruel, and a terrible sister. My Aunt Linda sent this long text about how family always comes first and how disappointed she was in me. My Uncle Bob said I should be ashamed of myself for embarrassing Emma on her special day. Even some cousins I barely talked to felt the need to weigh in on what a horrible person I was. My dad texted saying I should think about what I'd done and that Emma was heartbroken. He said the whole family was talking about my behavior and that I owed everyone an apology, but especially Emma. My mom sent several messages, getting progressively angrier, ending with one that just said I was a disappointment as a daughter and a sister. Emma herself sent me a bunch of texts calling me every name in the book. She said I was jealous of her happiness and that I deliberately tried to ruin her wedding weekend. She said I was a selfish brat who never thought about anyone but myself. The last message from her said she never wanted to see me again. But here's the thing that really got to me. According to my mom's angry texts, Emma ended up having to pay Jake's teenage niece $200 a day to watch Mason and Lily during their honeymoon. $200 a day. For 2 weeks. That's $2,800 total, which apparently ruined their honeymoon budget so badly they had to cut their Italy trip short by 3 days. This whole time, Emma had been getting free childcare from me that was worth nearly $3,000, and she'd never once thought to pay me or even properly thank me. She'd just assumed I'd always be available whenever she needed me. The fact that she was willing to pay someone else that much money, but had never offered me even $50 really drove home how much she'd been taking advantage of me. The only person who reached out to support me was my cousin Tyler. He texted me Monday night saying he thought I was right, that Emma had been using me as free labor for years, and everyone just acted like that was normal. He said he was proud of me for finally standing up for myself, a few times asking when I'm going to apologize. But when I try to explain my side of things, they just cut me off and say I'm making excuses. My mom keeps saying that Emma is the bride, and I should have just gone along with it to keep the peace. I've been going back and forth on whether I handled this the right way. Maybe I should have pulled Emma aside privately, instead of refusing in front of everyone. But then again, she's the one who put me on the spot publicly without ever asking me first. She made the assumption,
and announced it to 60 people without giving me any choice in the matter. Part of me feels terrible that I might have ruined her rehearsal dinner and caused drama during what should have been a happy time. But another part of me is relieved that I finally said no. I've been able to focus on my schoolwork for the first time in months. I picked up extra tutoring sessions to make up for the money I would have lost. I actually had a weekend to myself. I keep wondering if standing up for myself was worth losing my relationship with my sister and disappointing my whole family. Tension exploded at Thanksgiving when I announced I would not host the holiday ever again. I'm a 36-year-old chef, and for the past 10 years, I've been the family's designated Thanksgiving host. My parents, Tom and Linda, both in their early 60s, my brother Mark, who's 34, my sister Sarah, who's 32, plus a rotating cast of aunts, uncles, and cousins, all show up at my house every November like it's some kind of constitutional right. Here's what really gets me. Everyone assumes that because I'm a professional chef, hosting Thanksgiving is somehow easier for me, or that I should want to do it. Like being good at something means you're obligated to do it for free forever. Try explaining to a mechanic that he should fix everyone's cars for Thanksgiving because it's what he does. See how that goes over. Every single year it's the same routine. I spend the entire week before Thanksgiving grocery shopping, which alone costs me upwards of $400 because, God forbid, anyone else contributes anything meaningful. Then I spend Wednesday doing all the prep work, making pie crusts from scratch, prepping vegetables, brining the turkey, making stocks and gravies. Thursday morning I'm up at 6 a.m. to get everything started, timing multiple dishes so they'll all be ready at the same time, which any home cook will tell you is basically like conducting an orchestra while juggling. Meanwhile, my family treats my house like a restaurant where they've made reservations. They show up right at dinner time, empty-handed, expecting everything to be perfect and ready. No offers to help set the table, no bringing side dishes, definitely no staying after to help clean up. The most I get is my mom bringing a store-bought pie that she'll somehow take credit for later. And the complaints. Oh, the complaints. The turkey's too dry or too moist. The stuffing doesn't taste like how their grandmother made it 60 years ago. The cranberry sauce is too tart. The mashed potatoes need more butter. It's like they're restaurant critics who forgot they're eating in someone's home, not paying customers who have the right to send things back to the kitchen. Last year, my uncle actually asked me why I didn't make homemade dinner rolls when I already had 20 other things on the table. When I pointed out that maybe someone else could bring rolls, my aunt jumped in with this passive-aggressive every other year. I spent Wednesday doing all my usual prep work while fielding phone calls from various family members asking what time dinner would be ready and whether I was making this dish or that dish. Not asking if they could bring anything, mind you, just making sure their personal preferences would be accommodated. Thursday morning I was up early as always, getting the turkey in the oven, making sure all the side dishes would be ready on time. My house smelled incredible. Everything was going perfectly, and I was actually feeling pretty good about the meal I'd prepared. The turkey was beautifully golden, the sides were all perfectly seasoned, and I'd even made 3 different desserts because I knew people had different preferences. Then everyone started arriving around 2 p.m., right on schedule. They came in complaining about traffic, asking what smelled so good, and immediately making themselves comfortable in my living room while I finished up the final preparations in the kitchen. Alone. Like always. When I called everyone to dinner, they filed in and took their usual seats around my table, which I'd spent time setting nicely with actual cloth napkins and my good dishes. Everyone loaded up their plates, started eating, and the verdict came in pretty quickly. Uncle Jim, who's never cooked anything more complicated than toast, took a few bites of the turkey and made this exaggerated, thoughtful expression before announcing that it seemed a little dry this year. My mother, not to be outdone, immediately agreed and suggested that maybe next year I'd finally get it right. Everyone laughed like this was the height of comedy. Here I am, having spent 3 days and hundreds of dollars creating this meal, and they're critiquing it like I'm some amateur who burned the bird. But then, something happened that had never happened before in 10 years of hosting. They started planning next year's menu. Right there at my table, eating my food, they began discussing what I should cook for them next November. Someone suggested prime rib instead of turkey. Another person thought I should try duck. My sister wondered if I could do those fancy individual beef Wellington things she'd seen on some cooking show. They were literally planning my next year of unpaid labor while sitting at my table, eating my current year of unpaid labor. The entitlement was so thick you could cut it with a knife. That's when something in once had any of them stopped to think about what this cost me. Not just the money, though that was significant on a chef's salary, but the time, the energy, the complete exhaustion of spending my rare day off working harder than I do at my actual job. And here they were, planning year 11 like I was their personal catering service. I cleared my throat and said it. Just like that. No dramatic pause, no big speech. This is the last Thanksgiving I will ever host. The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire family. You could hear the football game playing in the living room, the dishwasher running in the kitchen. Everything except human voices, because nobody knew what to say. My dad was the first to recover. He did that thing where he tries to smooth everything over by pretending it's not serious. He told me not to be dramatic, that we were all just having fun, that I was taking things too personally. But I wasn't backing down this time. I told them flat out that if they wanted Thanksgiving dinner next year, someone else could cook it. Someone else could buy the groceries. Someone else could clean up afterward, because I was completely done. That's when the real reaction started. My mom immediately went into full guilt mode, telling me I was being selfish and ruining the holiday for everyone. She had this tone like I was a teenager having a tantrum, instead of a grown man who'd been providing free labor for a decade. My sister jumped in right behind her, saying I was being ridiculous and that it's just family. Like being related to people means you owe them unlimited, unpaid work. But the comment that really got to me came from my Aunt Carol. She pulled out the ultimate guilt weapon and told me that my grandmother would be ashamed of me for abandoning family tradition like this. My grandmother, who taught me to cook, who would have been horrified to see people treating someone's hard work with such disrespect. She was using my own grief against me to try to shame me back into compliance. Then, Uncle Jim, the same guy who just finished telling me my turkey was dry, had the absolute nerve to say that I should just accept it because I'm the chef and this is what I do. Like my profession somehow made me obligated to provide free catering services to accused me of ruining everyone's night over nothing. Like my decade of resentment was somehow nothing. My sister started crying and saying I was tearing the family apart, because apparently me standing up for myself was more divisive than years of them taking advantage of me. But what really showed me how deep their entitlement ran was that even in the middle of this confrontation, they couldn't see my side. Nobody said maybe they should have been more grateful. Nobody admitted that perhaps they'd been taking advantage. Instead, they doubled down on how wrong I was for finally saying something. My mom kept going on about how disappointed she was in me. My dad was shaking his head like I'd committed some unforgivable sin. The whole time I'm thinking, where was their disappointment when Uncle Jim insulted my cooking? Where was their concern about family unity when they were all laughing at my expense? Where was their worry about tradition when they were treating me like hired help year after year? I told them they should be grateful I'd done it this long, instead of being angry that I was finally standing up for myself. I reminded them that I never asked to be the designated host. It just happened because I was good at cooking. And somehow, that had turned into a lifetime obligation that nobody else had to share. The mood in that room was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It was like I'd committed some kind of family treason by refusing to continue being their unpaid caterer. The anger wasn't just disappointment. It was this deep outrage that I was disrupting their comfortable arrangement. They were genuinely shocked that their free meal ticket was finally pushing back. People started making those pointed comments about being ready to leave early. Lots of dramatic sighing and meaningful looks between family members. The guilt trip was in full swing, but for the first time in 10 years, it wasn't working on me. The rest of dinner was incredibly awkward. People picked at their food in silence, and I could feel everyone stealing glances at me like I was some kind of unstable person who might explode again. My uncle stopped eating entirely and just sat there looking offended. My mom kept making these heavy sighs that were clearly meant to communicate how disappointed she was in my behavior. Nobody tried to smooth things over. His wife left right after them, with my brother telling me he hoped I'd think about what I'd done and maybe call him when I came to my senses. My sister stayed a little longer, but spent most of the time trying to convince me to take it back. She kept saying I'd made my point, and now I should just tell everyone I didn't really mean it. Like this was some kind of negotiation tactic, instead of me finally drawing a boundary. She couldn't seem to understand that I was completely serious about never hosting again. My parents were the last to leave, which I should have expected. My dad spent 20 minutes trying to talk sense into me, explaining how family traditions work and how disappointed everyone was going to be next year when there's no Thanksgiving dinner. My mom barely spoke to me directly, but made plenty of comments to my dad about how she never thought she'd raised someone who would abandon his family like this. When they finally left, the house felt eerily quiet. I'd been hosting these dinners for so long that the post-Thanksgiving cleanup had become this familiar routine. Usually I felt exhausted and a little resentful by this point, but I'd push through it because that's what you do. This year was different. I was still tired, but it felt like a different kind of tired, like relief almost. I looked around at all the dishes and the mess, and for the first time in years, cleaning up felt like my choice instead of my obligation. Nobody was going to complain about how long it took me, or suggest I should have used paper plates to make things easier. It was just me and my kitchen, the way it used to be before I became the family's designated host. The next few days were weird. The family group chat, which is usually non-stop after any gathering, went completely silent. Nobody was sharing photos from dinner or making jokes about Uncle Jim's football predictions. My phone wasn't buzzing with the usual post-holiday chatter, and I realized how much I'd been dreading that part without even knowing it. I started second-guessing myself pretty hard. Maybe I had been too dramatic. Maybe I should have pulled someone aside privately instead of making a scene in front of everyone. Maybe there was a way to set boundaries without basically nuking the entire family dynamic. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I'd overreacted. Awkward. She said she'd always felt guilty showing up empty-handed, but figured since I was the chef, I probably preferred to handle everything myself. Emma offered to host next year, which completely caught me off guard. She admitted that the whole family had gotten way too comfortable expecting me to do everything, and that she should have spoken up sooner. She even said she understood why I'd finally snapped, and that she might have done the same thing if she'd been in my position. That text changed everything for me. Knowing that at least one person in my family could see the situation from my perspective made me feel less crazy about the whole thing. It also made me realize that other people had probably noticed how one-sided the arrangement was, but just never said anything. Now I'm stuck in this weird middle ground. Part of me feels guilty for exploding like that and potentially ruining a family tradition. Part of me feels lighter than I have in years, like I finally stood up for myself after way too long. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it, but honestly, I'd tried dropping hints for years and nobody ever picked up on them. The family group chat is still pretty quiet, and I have no idea what's going to happen next year. But at least I know I won't be spending 3 days cooking for people who can't even say thank you.
Chaos broke out at my parents' retirement party when I refused to give a speech praising them. I'm 31 years old, work as a marketing manager, and honestly thought I'd gotten past all the family drama at this point in my life. But apparently some things never change. The whole thing was set up at this banquet hall downtown that my parents rented for their joint retirement celebration. My mom just retired after 35 years as a school principal, and my dad finished up his career as a city engineer. They went all out for this party. Fancy decorations, catered dinner, the works. About 150 people showed up, which is pretty typical for my parents. They've always been really good at maintaining their image in the community. I showed up with my boyfriend, David, who'd never been to one of these big family events before. My younger brother, Jake, was there with his wife, Sarah, and their 2 kids. The usual extended family members were scattered around, plus tons of people from my parents' work, neighbors, church friends, you name it. Everyone kept coming up to me saying how proud I must be and what amazing parents I have. I just did my usual smile and nod routine. Here's the thing people don't understand about my parents. They're completely different people in public versus at home. Out in the world, they're these respected community leaders who everyone thinks are so wonderful. My mom was beloved by her students and colleagues. My dad was known for his integrity and work ethic. Everyone always told me how lucky I was to have such supportive, loving parents. But growing up in our house was a totally different story. Nothing I ever did was good enough. I remember when I made honor roll in high school. Instead of being proud, my mom asked why I couldn't get straight A's like the Johnson kid down the street. When I got accepted to college, they wondered out loud why I hadn't applied to better schools. I graduated summa cum laude and got a good job right out of college, but somehow it was never quite impressive enough. Meanwhile, Jake could do absolutely no wrong. When he barely scraped by with C's in high school, it was because he was finding his path, and not everyone is academic. When he dropped out of college twice, they supported his journey of self-discovery. Don't get me wrong, I love my brother and he's doing about what wonderful people my parents are, how they've contributed so much to the community, all the standard retirement party stuff. Then he says something that made my blood run cold. He announces that I'll be giving the main tribute speech about my parents' years of sacrifice and unconditional love. Just like that. No warning, no asking if I was prepared. Nothing. The whole room starts clapping and looking at me expectantly. I felt like I was going to throw up. I looked over at my parents' table, and there was my mom, with this knowing smile on her face. Not a proud mom smile, but this smug look like she was daring me to refuse. My dad was nodding approvingly, probably already imagining what a touching speech his daughter was about to give about how wonderful they were. This was so typical of them. Just assume I'll go along with whatever they want. Put me on the spot in front of a huge crowd where it would be mortifying to say no. It was like every family gathering, every school event, every time they volunteered me for something without asking, all rolled into one moment. Jake was looking at me with this expression like, just do it, don't make a scene. David squeezed my hand under the table, but I could tell he was confused about what was happening. All these people who thought they knew my parents were waiting to hear about what devoted, loving parents they were. The MC was walking toward me with the microphone, and I realized this was it. This was the moment where I either played along with the performance I'd been giving my whole life, or I finally stopped. I was 31 years old, successful in my own right, and I was still letting them control my narrative. My heart was pounding as he got closer. Everyone was still clapping. My mom was still wearing that challenging smile, probably thinking there was no way I'd embarrass them in front of all their friends and colleagues. After all, I'd never refused to play my part before.
But sitting there in that moment, I realized I was exhausted, tired of pretending we were this perfect family, tired of being the mouthpiece for a story that wasn't true, tired of being volunteered to lie about my childhood in front of a room full of people who had no idea what really went on behind closed doors. About sacrifice and love and how grateful I was. I could talk about their professional accomplishments, which were real and impressive. I could make something up about family dinners and bedtime stories and how they always believed in me. The audience would eat it up. My parents would be thrilled, and everyone would go home thinking what a lovely family we were. But then I thought about all the times I'd done exactly that. Every family gathering where someone would ask about my childhood, and I'd give some sanitized version of events. Every time someone complimented my parents, and I just smiled and agreed instead of staying silent. Every time I'd participated in this fiction we'd all been living. I thought about being 12 years old and getting second place in the science fair, and my mom's first comment being that if I'd worked harder, I could have gotten first. I thought about high school graduation, where they spent the whole dinner talking about Jake's potential instead of celebrating my achievements. I thought about every time they introduced me to their friends as their daughter who does marketing or something, while they could recite Jake's job title, salary, and career plans in detail. The silence was getting uncomfortable. I could see people starting to shift in their seats. The MC was standing next to me with this encouraging smile, probably wondering why I wasn't starting my speech. My dad was leaning forward slightly, confident that his well-trained daughter was about to deliver exactly what was expected of her. That's when it hit me that this whole setup was just another version of the same thing they'd been doing my entire life. They'd created this narrative where they were these amazing parents, and I was supposed to be their grateful daughter who would validate that story whenever they needed me to. They hadn't asked if I wanted to give a speech, because in their minds, what I wanted didn't matter. My job was to play my part. I realized that if I gave that speech, I'd be complicit in erasing my own experience. All those years of feeling like I wasn't good enough, all the criticism disguised as concern, all the ways they made me feel small. I'd be standing up there and saying none of it mattered. I'd be telling 150 people that actually, my parents were wonderful, and I was just being dramatic about probably realizing that her perfect plan might not be going exactly as expected. I thought about David sitting at the table, seeing all of this play out. He'd heard me talk about my parents before, but he'd never really witnessed this dynamic in action. Part of me was embarrassed that he was seeing how messed up my family was. But another part of me was glad someone was finally going to see the truth instead of the performance. Jake was giving me this look like, just get on with it already. He'd never had to deal with this kind of pressure because he was never expected to be the family spokesperson. That was always my job, apparently without my consent. I could feel my heart pounding, and my hands were getting sweaty holding the microphone. This was probably the most important moment of my adult life, and I hadn't even chosen to be in it. But here I was, and I had to decide right now who I was going to be. The thing is, I'd spent 31 years being the person they wanted me to be in public, while quietly resenting it in private. I'd smiled through countless conversations where people praised my parents while I bit my tongue. I'd nodded along when relatives talked about what a close family we were. I'd never once corrected anyone's assumptions about my childhood or my relationship with my parents. But standing there in that moment, I realized I was done. Done performing their version of my life. Done being grateful for things I'd never asked for. Done pretending that criticism was love and that their emotional neglect was somehow character building. The MC was starting to look confused, and I could see my mom's face changing from confident to worried. The room was getting more uncomfortable by the second, and I knew I had to say something. I looked out at all those expectant faces and made my choice. I brought the microphone up and said clearly, "I wasn't asked to speak tonight, and I don't have a tribute prepared. My parents' story is theirs to tell, not mine." Then I handed the microphone back to the MC and sat down. The silence that followed was deafening. You know that moment in movies where everything goes completely quiet? It was exactly like that, except this was real life, and I was the one who'd just dropped the bomb. I could literally feel 150 people processing what had just happened. Something about how touching it was that I wanted my parents to tell their own story, then quickly moved on to announcing dinner. But the damage was done. The whole energy of the room had shifted, and everyone could feel it. David reached over and squeezed my hand under the table. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he was proud of me. Jake, on the other hand, was shooting me looks like I'd just set the building on fire. His wife Sarah was staring at her plate, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. The rest of the party was basically a disaster. People kept glancing over at our table, and I could tell they were talking about what had happened. My parents put on their best fake smiles and tried to act like everything was normal, but you could cut the tension with a knife. They spent the whole evening working the room, probably doing damage control and trying to explain away their daughter's bizarre behavior. I'll admit, part of me felt terrible. These were their colleagues and friends, people they'd worked with for decades. They'd planned this party for months, and I'd basically ruined it in 30 seconds. But another part of me felt this incredible sense of relief, like I'd finally stopped holding my breath after 31 years. The strangest thing was how different I felt. Usually at family events, I'd spend the whole time feeling anxious and on edge, waiting for someone to say something that would make me feel small. But after I refused to give that speech, I felt weirdly calm, like I'd finally stopped pretending to be someone I wasn't. When the party was winding down, I was getting ready to leave when Mrs. Peterson, one of my mom's former co-workers, approached me. She was this older woman who'd always been nice to me at school events when I was younger. She came up to me quietly and said something that I'll never forget. She said she'd always wondered why I never talked much about my parents at office parties and events over the years. She said tonight had made things clearer for her. Then she just squeezed my hand and walked away. It was such a small moment, but it hit me like a truck. Here was someone who'd known my parents professionally for years, and she'd somehow picked up on the fact that something wasn't right with our family dynamic. It made me realize that maybe I hadn't been as good at hiding my feelings as I thought.
Daughter. The whole time they're yelling at me, I just kept thinking about how this was exactly the kind of thing I'd been dealing with my whole life. It's been a week now, and my family is barely speaking to me. Jake sent me a long text about how I could have just given a short, generic speech and avoided all this drama. He thinks I was being unnecessarily difficult, and that I should have just played along for one night. My parents sent me this email about how disappointed they are, and how I've hurt them more than I could ever understand. Honestly, I'm torn. Part of me feels guilty for embarrassing them in front of all their friends. Maybe I should have just sucked it up and given some bland speech about their professional accomplishments. It would have been 5 minutes of my life, and everyone could have gone home happy. But another part of me feels like I finally stopped being complicit in this lie we've all been living. I stopped pretending that my childhood was something it wasn't. I stopped letting them volunteer me to validate a story that erased my actual experience. For the first time in my life, I refused to perform the role they'd written for me, and honestly, it felt amazing. The question that keeps haunting me is whether I was wrong to refuse that speech and break the illusion, or if it was the only way to stop being forced into performing a false version of my childhood. Stunned silence followed when I told my uncle he could not move into my guest room. I'm a 29-year-old mechanic who just bought my first house after years of saving every penny I could scrape together. My uncle Rick is 45 and has been the family's professional freeloader for as long as I can remember. This guy has borrowed money from practically everyone, crashed on couches across 3 states,
and promised to pay people back more times than I can count. Spoiler alert, he never does. The thing about Uncle Rick is that the family has this weird Stockholm Syndrome relationship with him. Whenever someone complains about him stealing $20 or overstaying his welcome by 6 months, everyone just shrugs and says, "That's just how Rick is," like it's some endearing personality quirk instead of him being a grown man who refuses to get his life together. I learned early on that pushing back against Rick meant dealing with lectures from my mom about family loyalty and blood being thicker than water and all that guilt trip nonsense. So when I finally closed on my house 3 months ago, I should have seen what was coming. The place isn't huge, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, tiny kitchen. But it's mine. I worked 60-hour weeks for 3 years straight to save up for that down payment. The day I got the keys, I was so proud I could barely contain myself. I posted pictures on Facebook, had my parents over for dinner, the whole 9 yards. That's when Rick started with the comments. At first, they seemed innocent enough. "Must be nice having all that extra space," he'd say when we ran into each other at family gatherings. "A guest room shouldn't sit empty, you know." He'd laugh when he said it, but there was this underlying tone that made my skin crawl, like he was testing the waters. The comments got more frequent over the next couple months. Rick would ask me about my neighborhood, what the parking situation was like, if I had good internet. When I asked why he wanted to know, he'd just say he was curious about my setup. My sister Jenny warned me that Rick had been asking her weird questions too, like what time I left for work and whether I had a spare key hidden anywhere. Last Sunday was our monthly family lunch at my parents' house. Mom always goes overboard with the cooking. Enough food to feed an army.
Work. My mom was fussing over whether I was eating enough vegetables. Normal family lunch stuff, but Rick's behavior was putting me on edge. Then came dessert. Mom had made her famous apple pie, and everyone was digging in when Rick suddenly stood up. He cleared his throat like he was about to make some big announcement, which immediately got everyone's attention, because Rick loves being the center of attention, almost as much as he loves free room and board. "Well, everyone," he said with this huge grin on his face, "I have some good news to share. I'll be moving into my nephew's guest room next month. Thanks for helping family out, kiddo." The table erupted. Everyone started cheering and congratulating Rick like he'd just announced his engagement. My Aunt Susan was clapping, my cousin Mike was patting Rick on the back, and my mom was already talking about helping him move his stuff. Someone asked if I was excited to have a roommate, and Rick jumped in before I could answer, saying we were going to have such a great time living together. I sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth, completely frozen. The pie suddenly tasted like cardboard. Everyone was looking at me with these expectant smiles, waiting for me to say something enthusiastic about my generous offer to house Uncle Rick. The problem was, I had never made any such offer. That's when it hit me like a truck. Rick had never asked me if he could move in. He'd just decided he was going to, and announced it publicly, so that saying no would make me look like a heartless monster in front of the entire family. It was brilliant in the most manipulative way possible. By making the announcement at family dinner, he'd essentially cornered me into going along with it, or risk being labeled as the selfish nephew who won't help out his struggling uncle. My heart started racing as I realized what was happening. If I didn't speak up right now, this second, it would become reality. Everyone would assume I'd already agreed to this arrangement, and by next week, Rick would probably be asking me for my spare key. I could already picture the guilt trips I'd get if I tried to back out later. The family would say I'd embarrassed Rick by changing my mind, that I'd been mid-laugh and his mouth just hung open. My Aunt Susan's fork was frozen halfway to her mouth. Even my little nephew stopped kicking his legs under the table. The only sound was the kitchen clock ticking on the wall. Rick's face went through this whole range of emotions in about 3 seconds. First confusion, like he couldn't process what I'd just said. Then this nervous laugh escaped, and he looked around the table like he was expecting everyone to join in on what he assumed was some kind of joke. When nobody laughed with him, his smile started to falter. "Come on," he said, still trying to keep it light. "Don't be selfish. Family helps family, right?" He looked around the table for backup, and I could see a few people starting to nod. That's when I knew I had to shut this down completely. I repeated myself, making sure my voice was steady. I said, "No. You cannot live in my house." This time there was no mistaking what I meant. Rick's face went from confused to embarrassed to angry in record time. His ears turned red, which always happened when he got worked up, and I could see his jaw clenching. That's when my mom jumped in. She gave me this look that could have melted steel and said I was embarrassing Rick and the whole family. She started going on about how family sticks together and how disappointed she was in my attitude. My dad just sat there looking uncomfortable, which was typical. He never got involved in family drama if he could help it. Rick saw my mom's reaction as his opening and suddenly got a lot louder. He started saying I owed him because he used to babysit me when I was little, which was news to me because I remembered him mostly ignoring me while he watched TV and ate our food. He brought up how he'd given me rides to school a few times when my car broke down in high school, conveniently forgetting that I'd paid him gas money every time. My Aunt Susan chimed in with a lecture about family loyalty and how young people today don't understand what it means to take care of each other. She said something about how her generation never would have turned their backs on family like this. My cousin Mike was nodding along, and I could see other people hinted that he wanted to ask me. He'd just decided this was happening and figured he could manipulate the situation to force my hand. The mood in the room shifted. I saw my sister Jenny's face change from confused to angry. A couple of my cousins exchanged looks. Even my mom seemed to realize that Rick had overplayed his hand. You could practically see people doing the math in their heads. If Rick had already given notice to his landlord without talking to me first, then this whole thing was a setup. But Rick wasn't done. He started yelling about how I was leaving him homeless, how he'd counted on me, how he thought I was better than this. He was really laying it on thick, playing the victim card for all it was worth. He said I was just like all the other selfish young people who forget about family the second they get a little success. That's when I lost my temper. I told him that his housing situation wasn't my responsibility, and that maybe he should have thought about where he was going to live before he gave up his current place. I pointed out that he'd never asked me, never even brought up the possibility of living with me, and that announcing it at family dinner was manipulative and unfair. The argument got heated fast. Voices were raised, people were talking over each other, and my nephew started crying because everyone was yelling. Rick was getting more and more worked up, saying increasingly nasty things about my character and my ingratitude. I was firing back about his pattern of taking advantage of family members and never taking responsibility for his own life. Finally, Rick had had enough. He stood up so fast his chair tipped over backward and crashed to the floor. He announced that he could see where he wasn't wanted and stormed toward the front door. He paused in the doorway to deliver one final guilt trip about how he'd always been there for this family and how hurt he was by my selfishness. Then he slammed the door so hard the whole house shook and my mom's china cabinet rattled. We all just sat there in this awful, heavy silence, listening to his car peel out of the driveway. Everyone was staring at me like I'd just kicked a puppy in front of a bunch of kindergartners.
Stunned silence followed when I told my uncle he could not move into my guest room. I'm a 29-year-old mechanic who just bought my first house after years of saving a personality quirk, instead of him being a grown man who refuses to get his life together. I learned early on that pushing back against Rick meant dealing with lectures from my mom about family loyalty and blood being thicker than water and all that guilt trip nonsense. So when I finally closed on my house 3 months ago, I should have seen what was coming. The place isn't huge. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, tiny kitchen. But it's mine. I worked 60-hour weeks for 3 years straight to save up for that down payment. The day I got the keys, I was so proud I could barely contain myself. I posted pictures on Facebook, had my parents over for dinner, the whole 9 yards. That's when Rick started with the comments. At first, they seemed innocent enough. He'd mention how nice it must be having all that extra space when we ran into each other at family gatherings. He'd joke about how a guest room shouldn't sit empty. He'd laugh when he said it, but there was this underlying tone that made my skin crawl, like he was testing the waters to see how I'd react. The comments got more frequent over the next couple months. Rick would ask me about my neighborhood, what the parking situation was like, if I had good internet. When I asked why he wanted to know, he'd just say he was curious about my setup. My sister Jenny warned me that Rick had been asking her weird questions too, like what time I left for work and whether I had a spare key hidden anywhere. That should have been a red flag, but I figured he was just being nosy, like always. Last Sunday was our monthly family lunch at my parents' house. Mom always goes overboard with the cooking. Enough food to feed an army, even though it's usually just the same 12 people who show up every time. I noticed Rick seemed different that day. Usually he's got this defeated energy, always complaining about his job or his apartment or whatever new crisis he's manufactured for himself. But that Sunday he was almost cocky, like he knew something the rest of us didn't. He kept making these jokes about his new living situation and asking me random questions about my house. When my cousin Dave asked what he meant by new living situation, Rick just winked and said everyone would find out soon enough. He kept looking at me when he said stuff like this, and I was getting serious, like he was about to make some kind of major announcement, which immediately got everyone's attention because Rick loves being the center of attention almost as much as he loves free room and board. He had this huge grin on his face when he announced that he had good news to share. He said he'd be moving into my guest room next month and thanked me for helping family out. The whole thing was said like it was already decided, like we'd had some conversation about it that I'd somehow forgotten. The table erupted. Everyone started cheering and congratulating Rick like he'd just announced his engagement or gotten a promotion. My Aunt Susan was clapping, my cousin Mike was patting Rick on the back, and my mom was already talking about helping him move his stuff. Someone asked if I was excited to have a roommate, and Rick jumped in before I could answer, saying we were going to have such a great time living together. I sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth, completely frozen. The pie suddenly tasted like cardboard. Everyone was looking at me with these expectant smiles, waiting for me to say something enthusiastic about my generous offer to house Uncle Rick. The problem was, I had never made any such offer. Rick had never even asked me about it. That's when it hit me like a freight train. Rick had never asked me if he could move in. He'd just decided he was going to and announced it publicly so that saying no would make me look like a heartless monster in front of the entire family. It was brilliant, in the most manipulative way possible. By making the announcement at family dinner, he'd essentially cornered me into going along with it, or risk being labeled as the selfish nephew who won't help out his struggling uncle. My heart started pounding as I realized what was happening. If I didn't speak up right now, this very second, it would become reality. Everyone would assume I'd already agreed to this arrangement, and by next week, Rick would probably be asking me for my spare key. I could already picture the guilt trips I'd get if I tried to back out later. But calling him out right here, in front of everyone, would make me the villain who humiliated his uncle instead of handling it privately like an adult. I put down my fork and looked Rick straight in the eye. The whole table was still buzzing with excitement about his big announcement, but I knew I had maybe 10 seconds before this became set in stone. So I said it. Seconds. First confusion, like he couldn't process what I'd just said. Then this nervous laugh escaped, and he looked around the table like he was expecting everyone to join in on what he assumed was some kind of joke. When nobody laughed with him, his smile started to falter, and you could see the panic creeping in. He tried to laugh it off, saying I shouldn't be selfish and that family helps family. He looked around the table for backup, and I could see a few people starting to nod along with him. My Aunt Susan was giving me this disapproving look, and my cousin Mike was shaking his head like I was being unreasonable. That's when I knew I had to shut this down completely before the family mob mentality kicked in. I repeated myself, making sure my voice was steady and clear. I told him again that he could not live in my house. This time, there was no mistaking what I meant. Rick's face went from confused to embarrassed to angry in record time. His ears turned red, which always happened when he got worked up, and I could see his jaw clenching, like he was trying to hold back what he really wanted to say. That's when my mom jumped in. She gave me this look that could have melted steel, and started going on about how I was embarrassing Rick and the whole family. She launched into her usual lecture about how family sticks together and how disappointed she was in my attitude. My dad just sat there, looking uncomfortable, which was typical for him. He never got involved in family drama if he could help it, always just waited for the storm to pass. Rick saw my mom's reaction as his opening and suddenly got a lot louder and more dramatic. He started bringing up all this ancient history about how he used to babysit me when I was little, which was news to me because I remembered him mostly ignoring me while he watched TV and ate our food. He mentioned giving me rides to school a few times when my car broke down in high school, conveniently forgetting that I'd paid him gas money every single time. My Aunt Susan jumped in with her own lecture about family loyalty and how young people today don't understand what it means to take care of each other. She went on about how her generation never would have turned their backs on family like this. My cousin Mike was nodding along, and I could see other people starting to pick sides. Made a huge mistake. He slammed his hand on the table so hard the plates jumped and yelled that he'd already told his landlord he was moving out. He wanted to know where he was supposed to go now, like this was somehow my fault. The way he said it made it clear that he'd been planning this whole thing for weeks without ever actually talking to me about it. That's when it clicked for everyone else what had really happened here. You could practically see the light bulbs going off around the table. Rick hadn't just announced his plans to move in with me. He'd already made concrete arrangements based on an assumption that I'd never agreed to. He'd given up his apartment before ever asking me if he could live in my house. The whole public announcement thing wasn't just manipulative, it was desperate. The mood in the room shifted completely. I saw my sister Jenny's face change from confused to angry as she realized what Rick had done. A couple of my cousins exchanged these knowing looks. Even my mom seemed to grasp that Rick had overplayed his hand in a major way. People were starting to understand that this whole thing had been a setup from the beginning. But Rick wasn't done making things worse for himself. He kept digging the hole deeper, yelling about how I was leaving him homeless and how he'd counted on me. He was really laying on the victim act thick, talking about how he thought I was better than this and how disappointed he was in my character. He compared me to all the other selfish young people who forget about family the second they get a little success in life. That's when I completely lost my temper. I told him that his housing situation wasn't my responsibility, and that maybe he should have thought about where he was going to live before he gave up his current place. I pointed out that he'd never asked me, never even brought up the possibility of living with me, and that announcing it at family dinner was manipulative and completely unfair to everyone involved. The whole thing turned into this massive shouting match with people talking over each other and taking sides. My nephew started crying because everyone was yelling. Rick was getting nastier by the minute, saying increasingly personal things about my character and bringing up every perceived slight from the past 20 years. I was firing back about his pattern of taking advantage of family members and never taking responsibility for his own life or his own problems. Listening to his car peel out of the driveway with his tires squealing. Everyone was staring at me like I'd just committed some unforgivable sin right there at the dinner table. Chaos broke out when I declined to host my parents after they sold their house without warning. I, 33F, work as an accountant and live with my husband in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment downtown. For the past 3 years, my parents have been talking about downsizing from their 4-bedroom house in the suburbs. It was always the same conversation whenever I visited. How the house was getting too big for them, how the maintenance was becoming a hassle, how they should probably sell and find something smaller. But it was always just talk, you know? The kind of thing parents say when they're complaining about yard work or a leaky roof. What made it worse was that they'd always end these conversations with some comment about how I'd take care of them when they got older. I tried explaining multiple times that our apartment barely fits me and my husband, let alone 2 additional people. I'd tell them about our tight budget, how we're still paying off student loans, how we don't even have a proper guest room. They'd just wave me off like I was being dramatic, or like these were temporary problems that would somehow resolve themselves. My husband Jake always got uncomfortable during these conversations. He's not confrontational by nature, but I could see him tense up whenever my parents would make those assumptions about our future living arrangements. We'd talked about it privately several times, and he was always supportive, but worried. He'd remind me that we could barely afford our current rent, and that adding 2 more people to our grocery bill would be financially devastating. Last Saturday morning changed everything. I was in my pajamas making coffee when I heard loud voices in the hallway outside our apartment. Jake was still sleeping, and I figured it was just neighbors being loud. Then came the knocking. Not gentle knocking either, the kind of urgent knocking that makes you think someone's having an emergency. I opened the door to find my parents standing there with 3 large suitcases each and several boxes stacked on a cart. My mom looked exhausted but excited, and my dad had that satisfied expression he gets when he thinks he's solved a big problem. For a split second, I thought maybe they were going on some extended vacation and needed to store their stuff. Then my mom said the words that made my stomach drop. She announced that they'd sold the house last week and closed on Friday. Just like that, casual as anything. More time with us, and how this would be such a great bonding experience. The whole time, my brain was trying to process what was happening. They'd sold their house where they'd lived for 25 years, without telling me, without asking if I could actually house them, without any discussion about logistics or timeline or literally anything. I could hear Jake stirring in the bedroom, probably woken up by the voices. I knew he was going to walk out here any minute and see our living room filled with suitcases and my parents making themselves at home. I thought about his face when he'd realize what was happening, and my chest started getting tight. My mom was already unpacking some of their clothes, laying them out on our couch like she was planning to organize their new bedroom. She started talking about how they could convert our dining area into a sleeping space and maybe get a room divider. My dad was in the kitchen, opening our cabinets and commenting on our lack of storage space. That's when it really hit me that they weren't just dropping by to tell me about the house sale. They were moving in. Right now, today. Without warning, without asking, without any consideration for the fact that this was my home and my life. Jake emerged from the bedroom looking confused and half asleep. When he saw the suitcases and boxes everywhere, I watched his expression change from confusion to understanding to something that looked like panic. He said good morning to my parents, but I could hear the strain in his voice. He caught my eye over their heads, and I could see him trying to figure out what the hell was going on. My parents kept talking about their plans, about how they'd gotten such a good price for the house, about how this arrangement would work out perfectly for everyone. They seemed genuinely excited about the whole thing, like they'd solved some complicated puzzle. My mom even mentioned how much money they'd save on rent and utilities by staying with us. The reality of the situation kept hitting me in waves. They expected to live here indefinitely. In our one-bedroom apartment where Jake and I already felt cramped, with our budget that was already stretched thin, without having asked us first or even giving us any advance notice to prepare. I kept thinking about my parents, unpacking their entire lives into my tiny apartment without having asked if there was room. I stood there, watching my parents rearrange my furniture like they owned the place, and something inside me just snapped. Not in an angry way, but more like a clarity I hadn't felt in years. Jake was still hovering by the bedroom door, looking like he wanted to disappear, and I realized that if I didn't say something right now, this was going to become our new reality. My mom had started folding their clothes on our coffee table, talking about how we'd need to get a bigger dining table to accommodate 4 people. My dad was measuring our wall space with his hands, mumbling about where they could hang their pictures. They were planning our life together without us, and the weirdest part was how normal they thought this all was. I kept trying to find the right words, but everything in my head sounded either too harsh or too weak. How do you tell your parents that they can't live with you when they've already moved in? How do you explain that love doesn't automatically equal unlimited space and resources? I'd practiced versions of this conversation in my head for years, but somehow I'd never imagined it would happen like this, with them already unpacked in my living room. Jake finally walked over and put his hand on my shoulder. He didn't say anything, but I could feel him trying to give me strength. My parents barely acknowledged him, which irritated me more than it should have. This was his home too, and they were treating him like a roommate they'd never met. My mom started talking about grocery shopping and how we'd need to coordinate schedules for the bathroom in the mornings. She was getting more excited by the minute, like this was some fun adventure we were all embarking on together. My dad was nodding along, adding practical suggestions about household chores and bill splitting. That's when I realized they weren't just assuming I'd say yes. They'd never even considered that I might say no. In their minds, this was already decided. The house was sold, they needed somewhere to stay, and I was their daughter, so of course this was happening. My feelings about it weren't even part of the equation. I looked around our tiny apartment, imagining what it would be like with 4 adults living here indefinitely. Them never went well. But the thing that really got to me was the complete lack of respect for my autonomy. They'd made this huge decision that affected my life without involving me at all. They'd sold their house, packed their belongings, and showed up at my door like it was a done deal. Like I was a child who didn't get a vote in major family decisions. I took a deep breath and interrupted my mom mid-sentence while she was explaining how she could help with cooking. The words came out steadier than I expected. I told them that I was sorry, but they couldn't move in here. I said we didn't have the space, and they hadn't even asked me first. The silence that followed was deafening. My mom stopped folding clothes and just stared at me like I'd spoken in a foreign language. My dad's face went through several expressions before settling on something between shock and anger. Then my mom started crying. Not just tearing up, but full-on sobbing, like I'd physically hurt her. She kept saying that she couldn't believe I would abandon them in their time of need. She brought up everything they'd done for me over the years, how they'd supported me through college, how they'd always been there for me. And now when they needed me most, I was turning my back on them. My dad's reaction was worse. He got that cold, disappointed tone he used when I was a teenager and had really screwed up. He told me I was being selfish and ungrateful. He said they'd raised me better than this, that family was supposed to stick together, that he never thought his own daughter would abandon them when they were vulnerable. Jake tried to step in and explain that it wasn't personal, that we genuinely didn't have the resources to house 4 people long term. My dad barely let him finish before cutting him off, saying this was between family members, and Jake wouldn't understand because he didn't have the same obligations I did. That made me angrier than anything else they'd said. Watching them dismiss my husband in his own home while expecting him to just accept their permanent presence was infuriating. I realized they saw Jake as an obstacle to their plans, not as my partner whose opinion mattered. My mom kept crying and asking how I could do this to them, where they were supposed to go, what they were supposed to do now. Headed for the door. Before leaving, my dad turned around and told me that I was making a mistake I'd have to live with forever. My mom just shook her head, like I was beyond help. Then they were gone, leaving Jake and me standing in our suddenly quiet apartment, surrounded by the coffee table mess they'd left behind. Everyone stared when I refused to hand over my wedding dress to my sister. I, 26F, work as a nurse, and recently got engaged to my boyfriend of 3 years. My younger sister, Sarah, 23, has always been the golden child in our family. She's the type who could do no wrong in my parents' eyes, while I was expected to be the responsible one who never complained. Our parents, especially my mom, have this habit of expecting me to give up things for Sarah whenever she wants something. It's been like this since we were kids. Growing up, I learned to keep my mouth shut when Sarah wanted my toys, my clothes, or even my friends. When I was 16 and saved up for a car, my parents convinced me to let Sarah use it for her driving test because she was nervous. She ended up getting to drive it more than I did. When I got into my dream college, they asked me to consider staying local so Sarah wouldn't feel abandoned. The pattern never stopped. But this time was different. A few months ago, I saved up for my dream wedding dress. I've been picturing this exact style since I was a teenager. Nothing too fancy, but elegant and timeless. I worked extra shifts at the hospital for 4 months to afford it. Every time I was exhausted after a 12-hour shift, I'd think about walking down the aisle in that dress. It represented something I'd earned entirely on my own. Sarah got engaged about 3 months after I did. Of course, the attention immediately shifted to her engagement, her ring, her plans. I didn't mind too much because I was still in my own happy bubble about my upcoming wedding. My fiancé and I had set our date for next spring, while Sarah was rushing to plan hers for this winter. Last Tuesday, I drove over to my parents' house to discuss some wedding details with my mom. She'd offered to help with the guest list since we have a lot of extended family. When I walked in, Sarah was already there, sitting on the couch with both my parents in the living room. The atmosphere felt weird from the moment I stepped through the door. Usually, my mom would be bustling around offering me coffee or asking about work. Instead, everyone was just sitting there like they were waiting for something. Sarah had this look on her face that I recognized from childhood. It was the same expression she'd get right before she'd ask for. She'd been thinking about wedding dresses and how expensive everything was getting. My stomach started to drop because I knew where this was heading. She looked me straight in the eye and said she wanted to wear my wedding dress for her wedding. The room went completely silent. I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. Sarah kept talking, explaining that it would look so much better on her anyway because she was taller and had a different body type. She said it just made sense, since her wedding was first and she'd get more use out of it. Before I could even process what was happening, my mom jumped in with her support. She started going on about how practical it would be, and how I could just find another dress since I had more time before my wedding. She said it would be a beautiful way for sisters to share something special. My dad nodded along, saying it sounded like a reasonable solution. I felt trapped. This was exactly the kind of situation I'd been dealing with my entire life. but somehow it felt bigger this time, more personal. I'd worked so hard for that dress. I'd picked it out myself, paid for it myself, and dreamed about wearing it on the most important day of my life. But here they were, acting like it was just another thing I should hand over to keep the peace. Sarah was looking at me expectantly, like she already knew I'd say yes. My mom had that expression she gets when she's trying to guilt me into something. She started talking about how Sarah's wedding budget was tight, and how this would really help them out financially. She reminded me that family should always come first, and that this was what sisters do for each other. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my response. The silence stretched on forever. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaking. I knew that whatever I said next was going to change everything. This felt like the moment where I either stood up for myself for once in my life, or let them walk all over me again like always. The worst part was how they'd framed it. They made it sound like such a simple request, like asking to borrow a book or a sweater. But to me, it felt like they were asking me to give up a piece of my identity. That dress represented months of hard work and years of dreaming. Couldn't imagine any scenario where I'd actually refuse her. My dad had put his phone down and was watching me with this expression that suggested he thought the answer should be obvious. Part of me wanted to just cave like I always did. It would be so much easier to say yes, deal with my own disappointment privately, and avoid the inevitable drama that would come from standing my ground. I could already picture how relieved everyone would look, how Sarah would hug me and call me the best sister ever, how my mom would go on about how proud she was of me for doing the right thing. But then I thought about my fiancé, and how he'd react if I came home and told him I'd given away my wedding dress. He'd seen how excited I was when I found it, how I'd FaceTimed him from the bridal shop because I couldn't contain myself. He knew how many extra shifts I'd worked to afford it. He'd be furious, not at me, but at them for putting me in this position. I thought about walking down the aisle in some backup dress I'd have to settle for, knowing that Sarah was probably posting photos in my dream dress at her own wedding. I imagined spending my entire wedding day thinking about what I'd given up, instead of focusing on marrying the love of my life. The resentment would eat me alive. My mom started talking again, filling the silence with more guilt. She said she understood this was a big ask, but that's what made it such a meaningful gesture. She talked about how Sarah had always looked up to me, and how sharing the dress would create this beautiful bond between us. She mentioned how expensive wedding dresses were, and how smart it would be financially for both of us. Sarah jumped in with her own reasoning. She said she'd always admired my style, and that wearing my dress would make her feel closer to me on her wedding day. She promised she'd take perfect care of it, and that it would mean so much more to her than just buying some random dress off the rack. She even suggested we could both wear it, and have this cute sister story to tell people. But I could see right through it all. This wasn't about sister bonding or financial practicality. This was about Sarah wanting something that was mine, simply because it was mine. She'd done this same thing our entire lives. Seen something degrees instantly. My mom's face went from expectant to shocked to angry in about 3 seconds. Sarah's mouth fell open, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. My dad just stared at me, like I'd started speaking a foreign language. Sarah's eyes immediately filled with tears. Not the genuine kind of tears you get when you're actually hurt, but the dramatic kind she'd perfected as a child to get her way. She asked how I could be so selfish about something that would make her so happy. She said she couldn't believe I'd ruin her wedding over a dress. My mom lost it completely. She started yelling about how I was destroying family harmony over something so trivial. She said she was embarrassed by my selfishness and that she didn't raise me to be this way. She went on about how Sarah's wedding was already stressful enough without me making it worse. She said I was being cruel and that she expected better from me. My dad shook his head and muttered that I was making everything about myself, as usual. He said he couldn't understand how I could put a piece of fabric over my sister's happiness. He reminded me that family was supposed to come first, and that I was acting like a spoiled child. Sarah ran upstairs to her old bedroom, sobbing loudly enough for the whole house to hear. She slammed the door so hard that picture frames on the hallway wall rattled. My mom immediately went after her, shooting me one last disgusted look before disappearing upstairs. I was left standing in the living room with my dad, who was just shaking his head at me. He said he hoped I was happy with myself, and that I'd better think long and hard about whether a dress was worth destroying my relationship with my sister. Then he got up and went to join my mom in comforting Sarah. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door. My mom came running down the stairs as I was leaving, following me all the way to my car. She kept talking about Sarah's special day and how I was being unreasonable. She said Sarah might not even want me at her wedding after this, and how would I feel then? She warned me that the whole family would hear about this, and that I'd better be prepared for the consequences. I drove home in complete silence, my hands still shaking. Was being selfish. I was ruining Sarah's special day. Family should come first. I should be the bigger person. The messages kept coming all week. My great-aunt called me directly to lecture me about how disappointed my grandmother would be if she were still alive. A second cousin I'd met maybe 3 times messaged me on Facebook about the importance of sisterly love. Even my mom's book club friends started commenting on my social media posts with passive-aggressive messages about supporting family. Sarah, meanwhile, was playing her part perfectly. She posted these vague Instagram stories about fake family members and people who pretend to love you until you need them. She shared quotes about betrayal and disappointment. She even posted a throwback photo of us as kids with a caption about how she used to think she had the best big sister in the world. The comments were full of her friends calling me heartless and telling her she deserved better. My mom called me every single day that first week. She'd start off trying to sound reasonable, asking how I was doing and if I'd thought more about the situation. Then she'd gradually work up to full guilt mode. She told me Sarah was crying herself to sleep every night. She said Sarah's future mother-in-law was asking questions about why she couldn't wear the family dress. She even claimed that Sarah's fiancé was starting to have second thoughts about marrying into such a dysfunctional family. The worst call came on Thursday. My mom said she'd talked to Sarah's wedding planner, and apparently they were having trouble finding a dress in Sarah's size with such short notice. She said I was literally ruining Sarah's entire wedding over my stubbornness. She asked me how I'd feel if Sarah had to walk down the aisle in some cheap backup dress because of me. My dad gave me the complete silent treatment. When I tried calling him to explain my side, he'd answer and then immediately hand the phone to my mom. When I went to their house to try talking to him face to face, he left the room whenever I walked in. He'd been disappointed in me before, but never like this. The cold shoulder from him hurt almost worse than my mom's constant calling. Even my grandmother got involved. She's 92 and barely uses her phone, but somehow my mom got her to call me about being the bigger person. My grandmother said that in her day, sisters shared everything, and that my generation was too focused. Dress hanging in the closet, without feeling this mix of love for it and guilt about keeping it. My fiancé was incredible through all of this. He never once suggested I should give in, even when I was crying about the family pressure at 2 a.m. He kept reminding me that this pattern would never stop unless I put my foot down somewhere. He said if I gave up the dress, they'd know they could guilt me into anything for the rest of my life. He was completely right, but that didn't make it easier. The only people who supported me were my best friend Emma and a few cousins who reached out privately. Emma reminded me that if I caved now, I'd spend my entire wedding day resenting it. She said she'd watched my family walk all over me for years, and that it was about time I stood up for myself. My cousin Jake, who's seen this family dynamic his whole life, told me he was proud of me for finally setting boundaries. He said everyone else was just scared they'd be next if they supported me. 2 weeks after the confrontation, things got even weirder. Sarah started posting about going dress shopping with my mom, making it look like she was having the best time ever looking for alternatives. But she'd also post these sad quotes about being let down by the people you trust most. She was playing both the happy bride and the victim at the same time. The family was still giving me the complete cold shoulder. My mom stopped calling every day, which somehow felt worse than the constant guilt trips. Radio silence meant they'd moved from trying to change my mind to just writing me off entirely. I wasn't invited to Sarah's dress shopping trips or her bachelorette party planning sessions. It was like I'd been temporarily excommunicated from the family. The really messed up part is that I found out yesterday Sarah never even tried on my dress or asked to see it in person. She just decided she wanted it because it was mine. That little detail confirmed everything I'd suspected about her motivations, but it also made me feel even worse about the whole situation somehow.
Shock rippled through the room when I declined to become my brother's free babysitter. I'm a 31-year-old pharmacist who works these brutal 12-hour shifts that leave me completely drained by the time I get home. This whole disaster started at my parents' family barbecue last weekend, and I'm still processing what the hell happened. My older brother Mark is 34 and married to Sarah. They have 3 kids under 6, twin boys who just turned 5 and a 3-year-old daughter who's basically a tiny tornado in pigtails. Don't get me wrong, I love my niece and nephews, but these kids are a lot. They're at that age where they have zero filter and infinite energy, and honestly, watching them for more than an hour makes me want to take a nap for 3 days. For years, Mark and Sarah have had this habit of dumping their kids on whoever's available. My parents get stuck with them almost every weekend. My aunt takes them sometimes. Even my teenage cousin has been roped into babysitting duty. But me? I've always been excused because of my work schedule. 60-hour weeks at the pharmacy don't exactly leave room for impromptu childcare, and everyone in the family has always understood that. Lately, though, things have been different. Mark's been making these comments every time we're together about how I need to step up more for family. He keeps saying stuff about how I don't have kids of my own, so I have all this free time, and how family should come first. Which is honestly laughable because when I'm not at work, I'm either dead asleep or desperately trying to maintain some kind of social life so I don't completely lose my mind. The pharmacy job is no joke. I'm on my feet all day, dealing with insurance companies, angry customers, and doctors with illegible handwriting. By the time I get home, I barely have energy to microwave dinner, let alone chase around 3 small children. My days off are sacred. They're literally the only time I get to be a human being instead of a pill-counting robot in a white coat. So there we were last Saturday at my parents' house for their monthly family barbecue. The whole extended family was there. My parents, Mark and Sarah with the kids, my Aunt Linda and Uncle Mike, a few cousins, the works. It was one of those perfect summer afternoons where everyone's relaxed and having a good time. My dad was mad, thought he was just getting another beer or something, but then he started tapping his bottle with a fork like he was about to make some kind of announcement. Everyone quieted down and looked at him expectantly. That's when he dropped the bomb. He announced to the entire family that starting next month, I would be watching his kids 3 nights a week so he and Sarah could work on their marriage and have some couple time. He said it like it was already decided, like we'd had multiple conversations about it and worked out all the details. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Everyone started clapping and cheering like he'd just announced something wonderful. My mom actually got teary-eyed and started going on about how proud she was that I was finally prioritizing family. My dad reached over and clapped me on the shoulder, telling me what a good sister I was being.
Even my teenage cousin said it was really cool of me to help out. My Aunt Linda started talking about how Sarah and Mark deserved some time together and how important it was for couples to nurture their relationship. Uncle Mike was nodding along, saying something about how family always comes first. The whole table was buzzing with approval and congratulations. I just sat there with a burger halfway to my mouth, completely frozen. This was literally the first I was hearing about any of this. Mark had never asked me. We'd never had a conversation about babysitting schedules or my availability or anything. He'd just decided on his own that I would be his free childcare solution and announced it to everyone like it was a done deal. The worst part was how calculated it felt. He'd clearly planned this moment, waited until we were all gathered together so I'd be surrounded by family members who would immediately start pressuring me to agree. It was like he knew that if he asked me privately, I might say no. So he created this public situation where saying no would make me look like the villain. Sarah wasn't even looking at anyone. She was just staring at her plate, which I thought was weird at the time. Now I'm wondering if she knew this was coming and wasn't happy about it. Everyone was looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to graciously accept this generous offer to completely sacrifice my free time. The silence was getting uncomfortable, and I could feel the pressure building. Mark had this satisfied smile on his face, like he'd just solved all his problems.
The family closer together. My dad was still grinning from ear to ear. Even the kids had stopped running around and were looking at me like they were waiting for me to say something exciting. The weight of the moment hit me all at once. If I said no right there in front of everyone, I was going to look like the heartless aunt who doesn't care about family. I'd be the selfish sister who won't help out when her brother needs it most. But if I went along with it, I'd be agreeing to give up my only 3 free evenings every week for God knows how long. Those 3 nights are literally all I have. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings are when I get to exist as a human being instead of just a pharmacist. That's when I see my friends, when I go to the gym, when I catch up on sleep, when I do laundry or grocery shopping, or just sit on my couch and watch Netflix without thinking about pill counts and insurance authorizations. I started doing the math in my head. 3 nights a week with 3 kids under 6. That meant dinner, baths, bedtime routines, probably homework help for the twins, and knowing Mark and Sarah, they'd probably want to stay out late since they'd finally have their precious couple time. I'd be looking at 6 or 7 hours each night, 3 nights a week. That's basically a part-time job on top of my already exhausting full-time job. The silence was stretching on and getting more uncomfortable by the second. I could see people starting to shift in their seats, waiting for me to say something. Mark was getting this impatient look on his face, like I was taking too long to respond to his generous offer. That's when it really hit me how manipulative this whole thing was. He deliberately waited until we were all together, surrounded by family, so that saying no would be as difficult and uncomfortable as possible. He knew that in this setting, with everyone watching and already congratulating him, I'd feel pressured to go along with it even if I didn't want to. And the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Who does that? Who makes major decisions about someone else's time and commitments without even asking them first? It was like he'd just decided that my life and my schedule were his to control, and that my consent was optional, as long as he could create enough social pressure. First, no matter what it cost me personally. The anger was building up in my chest, and I knew I had to say something before the silence became unbearable. I could see my mom starting to open her mouth, probably to say something about how excited she was about this new arrangement. Mark was still standing there with that expectant smile, waiting for me to thank him for this amazing opportunity. I took a deep breath and made my decision. I wasn't going to let him railroad me into this, and I wasn't going to pretend to be okay with being volunteered for something I never agreed to. If he wanted to make this public, then my response was going to be public too. So I looked right at him
and said it clearly enough for everyone to hear. I told him I would not be his babysitter. I said I was never asked about this arrangement, and I don't owe him my free time just because I don't have kids of my own. The reaction was immediate and devastating. The entire party went completely silent. Not just quiet, but dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. The kids stopped playing. My mom's smile froze on her face. Even the neighbor's dog seemed to stop barking. For about 3 seconds, nobody moved. Mark's smug expression melted into shock, then confusion, then pure rage. His face went from normal color to bright red in what felt like slow motion. I could literally see him processing what I'd just said and getting angrier by the second. Then, he exploded. He started yelling about how selfish I was, how I clearly didn't care about family, how I thought I was too good to help out when people needed me. His voice kept getting louder and more dramatic with each accusation. He said I was being cruel and heartless, and that he couldn't believe his own sister would abandon him in his time of need. The whole family just sat there, watching this meltdown happen. Some people looked shocked. Others looked disappointed in me. My mom immediately went into panic mode, trying to laugh it off and suggesting we all go inside to discuss this calmly, like adults. But it was too late. The damage was completely done, and everyone at that table now knew exactly where I stood. The rest of the barbecue was absolutely heartless. Sarah barely said anything for the rest of the night. She just sat there, looking miserable, while Mark painted me as the villain to whoever would listen. The kids picked up on the weird energy and started getting cranky and clingy, which just made everything more awkward. My 5-year-old nephew kept asking why everyone seemed mad, and nobody really knew how to answer him. I tried to stick it out for a while, because leaving immediately would have made me look even worse. But eventually I couldn't take it anymore. The whole family dynamic had shifted, and I was clearly the outsider now. So I made some excuse about having to get home to prepare for work the next day, and got out of there as fast as I could. The drive home was rough. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently. Maybe I should have just smiled and nodded in the moment, then called Mark later to straighten things out privately. Maybe I should have been more diplomatic about how I said no. But honestly, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got about the whole setup. He'd deliberately put me in an impossible situation, and I wasn't going to apologize for refusing to play along. The text messages started that same night. First, it was my Aunt Linda, sending me this long message about how disappointed she was that I would abandon family in their time of need. She went on about how family is supposed to support each other, and how my parents had always been there for me when I needed help, so now it was my turn to step up. She made it sound like I was betraying some sacred family code by not wanting to babysit 3 nights a week. Then my cousin chimed in, calling me selfish, and saying she couldn't believe I'd embarrass Mark like that in front of everyone. Even my usually neutral Uncle Mike sent me this passive-aggressive text about what family really means, and how some people seem to forget their obligations when it's convenient. The messages kept coming over the next few days. Apparently, Mark had been busy calling everyone in the family to tell his version of the story, where he was the devoted father just trying to save his marriage, and I was the cruel sister who refused to help out. By Tuesday, I had relatives I barely talked to sending me guilt trips about putting my own comfort ahead of family needs, able to say no without looking bad in front of the whole family. Sarah admitted she felt terrible about the whole thing, and said she was actually relieved that I'd stood up for myself, even though it created all this drama. She said she'd been dreading the idea of me being forced into something I didn't want to do, and she never felt right about Mark's manipulative approach. That conversation gave me some relief because at least I knew I wasn't completely crazy. But the rest of the family was still treating me like I'd committed some unforgivable sin. My parents have been calling me nonstop, trying to get me to reconsider for the sake of family harmony. They keep saying things like, "Everyone just wants what's best for the kids, and maybe we can work out some kind of compromise." Mark hasn't spoken to me since the barbecue, which honestly might be a blessing at this point. But according to my mom, he's been telling everyone that he's hurt and confused by my reaction, and he just wants his family to be there for him during a difficult time in his marriage. The whole thing has created this massive rift in the family. People are taking sides, and most of them aren't taking mine. I'm getting treated like the troublemaker who disrupted family peace over something that should have been simple. Nobody seems to care that Mark completely ambushed me, or that he tried to manipulate me into agreeing by creating social pressure. Now I'm stuck wondering if keeping the peace would have been worth losing my sanity. Part of me thinks maybe I should have handled it more quietly, but another part of me knows that if I'd agreed in that moment, I would have been trapped in an arrangement I never wanted, with no graceful way out. The family is still furious with me. Mark is playing the victim, and I'm questioning everything about how this whole mess went down. Gasps filled the table when I refused to give my inheritance share to my cousin. I'm a 27-year-old guy who just got out of graduate school 3 months ago, and honestly, I thought the hardest part of my life was behind me. Boy, was I wrong. This whole mess started when my grandfather passed away about a month ago. He was 84 and had been sick for a while, so it wasn't completely unexpected. But it still hit the family pretty hard. My grandfather was basically the glue that held our extended family together. Every holiday, every birthday, every major event happened at his house. The funeral was rough, but what came after was somehow worse. My grandfather had always been pretty organized about his finances, and his will was straightforward. Each of his 6 grandchildren would get an equal share of his savings account, which worked out to about $15,000 each. Not life-changing money, but definitely helpful. I had already planned exactly how I was going to use mine, straight toward my student loans, which are currently sitting at around $45,000 and making my life miserable with the monthly payments. Now, I need to tell you about my cousin Jake. He's 29, 2 years older than me, and he's been the family's problem child for as long as I can remember. We grew up together since our moms are sisters, and while I was the kid who got good grades and stayed out of trouble, Jake was the one who was always getting into some kind of mess. It started small, getting suspended from school, getting caught shoplifting, that kind of thing. But as we got older, his problems got bigger. Jake developed a serious gambling problem in his early 20s. It started with fantasy football leagues and friendly poker games, but it spiraled pretty quickly. He's borrowed money from pretty much every adult in our family at some point. My parents loaned him $3,000 2 years ago that he never paid back. My other aunt gave him $1,200 last Christmas. He owes his own parents at least $8,000 that I know of. The pattern is always the same. He comes to family members with some sob story about needing help to get back on his feet, promises to pay everyone back, and then 6 months later he's asking someone else for money. The thing is, our family has always protected Jake. Whenever he screws up, everything pretty clearly. 6 grandchildren, equal shares, pretty straightforward math. But from the moment we all sat down, something felt off. People kept glancing between Jake and me in this weird way. My aunt, Jake's mom, kept giving me these meaningful looks, like she was trying to communicate something telepathically. Jake himself looked nervous and kept fidgeting with his hands, which should have been my first red flag. We spent about 10 minutes going over the boring legal stuff, and I was honestly just waiting for it to be over so I could go home and figure out the best way to apply this money to my loans. Then, Jake suddenly pushed his chair back and stood up. The room went completely quiet. He launched into this whole speech about how he's been doing a lot of thinking since Grandpa died, and how he's finally ready to turn his life around for real this time. He talked about how much Grandpa meant to him and how he wants to honor his memory by getting his life together. It sounded rehearsed, like he'd been practicing it. Then he looked directly at me and said the words that changed everything. I think the right thing to do here would be for my cousin to let me have his share too. He doesn't really need it. He's got his degree. He's got his whole life figured out. This could be the fresh start I need to really change things. The room went dead silent for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 3 seconds. Then suddenly, it was like a dam burst. My aunt started nodding enthusiastically and saying, "Oh, that's such a mature thing to ask, Jake." My uncle chimed in with, "You know, your grandfather always wanted the family to take care of each other." Other relatives started piling on. "You're young, you'll bounce back. Jake really needs this more than you do. It would be such a generous thing to do." I just sat there, completely stunned. This wasn't a random request that Jake had come up with on the spot. This was planned. They had all talked about this ahead of time and decided that I should just hand over my inheritance to Jake like it was the most natural thing in the world. $15,000 that my grandfather specifically left to me, that I desperately needed for my own financial problems, and they all just expected me to give it away without a second thought. Quality. That means the waterworks are coming. Then my uncle jumps in with this whole speech about how my grandfather would have wanted us to help each other out. He starts going on about family values and how Grandpa always said the most important thing was taking care of your own. The irony of this is not lost on me. My grandfather was actually pretty frustrated with Jake's constant money problems, but apparently everyone's forgotten that now that he's not here to speak for himself. Other relatives start chiming in from around the table. My other aunt says I'm young and I'll have plenty of opportunities to make money, but Jake is running out of time to turn his life around. One of my older cousins mentions that I don't have kids to worry about like Jake does, which is true. Jake has a 6-year-old son. But conveniently, nobody mentions that Jake barely sees the kid because of his gambling debts and the fact that his ex won't let him have unsupervised visits. The pressure in the room is getting intense. It's like I'm in the center of this circle of people all staring at me expectantly, waiting for me to do the right thing and just hand over 15 grand. My parents are sitting there looking uncomfortable but not saying anything to defend me, which honestly hurts more than all the pressure from everyone else. I'm trying to think of how to respond without completely blowing up the family, but my mind is racing. This money isn't just some nice bonus for me. It's literally the difference between being able to make a real dent in my student loans or being stuck with these crushing monthly payments for the next 10 years. I've been living like a broke college student for months, eating ramen and living with roommates, specifically so I could put every extra dollar toward these loans. I finally manage to speak up, and I try to keep my voice calm. I tell them I understand that Jake is struggling, but Grandpa divided this money equally for a reason. I explain that I'm planning to use it for my student loans, which are a real financial burden for me. I thought this was a reasonable response, but apparently I was wrong. Jake immediately gets defensive, and his whole demeanor changes. He starts raising his voice, saying I've always looked down on him and thought I was better than him because I went to college. He's getting more worked up as he talks, saying I'm selfish and ungrateful, and that I don't understand what real problem. Starts getting angry, and tells me I'm being incredibly selfish. He says my grandfather worked hard his whole life to leave something for his grandchildren, and he would be rolling over in his grave if he knew I was refusing to help Jake when he needs it most. The accusation that I'm dishonoring my grandfather's memory really gets to me, because I loved that man, and he's the one who left me this money in the first place. Even some of the cousins who had been staying quiet start shaking their heads at me like I'm some kind of monster. My younger cousin, Sarah, who I've always gotten along with, gives me this disappointed look and says she thought I was better than this. It's like the entire room has decided I'm the villain in this situation. The whole time this is happening, I'm getting more and more frustrated because nobody seems to care about the fact that Jake has already borrowed and lost thousands of dollars from multiple family members. Nobody wants to acknowledge that giving him more money isn't going to solve his gambling problem. It's just going to enable it. But apparently, pointing this out would make me even more of a heartless monster. I can feel my face getting hot, and my hands are shaking a little bit. I'm trying to stay calm, but I'm getting angry now. When I finally speak up again, my voice is definitely firmer than before. I tell them that I'm keeping what Grandpa left me, period. This is my inheritance, and I have my own financial problems to deal with. The reaction is immediate and explosive. Jake starts yelling that I'm a traitor to the family, and that I've always been a stuck-up asshole who thinks he's too good for everyone else. My aunt is full-on sobbing now, saying I'm breaking her heart, and that she never thought I could be so cruel. My uncle is shaking his head and muttering about how they raised me better than this. Even my parents finally speak up, but not to defend me. My mom suggests maybe we could work out some kind of compromise, and my dad says maybe I should think about it for a few days before making a final decision. Thanks for the support, guys. The whole room feels like it's turned against me. I'm sitting there realizing that no matter what I say, I'm not going to change anyone's mind. They've all decided that I'm the bad. Disappointed. Jake is still ranting about how I've always thought I was better than everyone else. The whole thing made me feel sick to my stomach. The drive home was awful. I kept replaying the whole scene in my head and second-guessing myself. Maybe I really was being selfish. Maybe $15,000 really would change Jake's life and I was just being greedy. Maybe I should have found a way to compromise. By the time I got back to my apartment, I was seriously wondering if I was the terrible person they all made me out to be. Then my phone started blowing up. First, it was a text from my aunt with this long message about how hurt she was and how she hoped I would reconsider. Then my uncle sent me this guilt trip about family loyalty and doing right by my grandfather's memory. Even relatives I barely talked to started reaching out. My great aunt, who I see maybe once a year, sent me a Facebook message telling me I should be ashamed of myself. The voicemails were even worse. My aunt left me this tearful message about how Jake has been struggling for so long, and this was supposed to be his chance to finally get clean and start over. She kept saying how disappointed my grandfather would be, and how I was tearing the family apart over money. Jake's dad left me a message saying I was being incredibly selfish, and that I needed to think about what really matters in life. My parents were getting pressure too. My mom called me the next day and said she'd been getting calls from relatives all morning. She wasn't directly telling me to give Jake the money, but she kept suggesting that maybe I could find some kind of middle ground. Maybe I could loan Jake half the money instead of giving it to him outright. Maybe I could help him pay for some kind of gambling addiction program. She meant well, but it was clear she just wanted the family drama to stop. The social media stuff was probably the most childish part of the whole thing. Jake posted this vague status about how you find out who your real family is when you really need them. He shared some quote about how money shows people's true colors. He didn't mention me by name, but it was pretty obvious what he was talking about. Some of our mutual relatives liked and commented on the posts, which felt like a pretty clear message about whose side they were on. I was feeling pretty isolated, and among the grandchildren because he was worried about Jake's money problems and didn't want to enable his gambling addiction. According to Mike, my grandfather had specifically said he was writing the will to avoid what he called unequal favoritism among his grandkids. He wanted to make sure everyone got the same amount, and nobody felt like they were being punished or rewarded based on their life choices. My grandfather apparently told Mike that he loved Jake, but knew that giving him extra money wouldn't actually help him in the long run. This conversation with Mike was honestly a huge relief. I'd been starting to think maybe I really was being heartless and selfish. But knowing that my grandfather had specifically structured his will this way made me feel like I was actually honoring his wishes by keeping my share. But even with that validation, the family drama didn't cool down at all. It's been about 2 weeks since that awful meeting, and half my extended family still isn't speaking to me. Jake sent me one more text calling me a greedy piece of shit and saying he hoped I was happy with my decision. My aunt and uncle have basically cut me off completely. My parents are still trying to stay neutral, but they keep bringing up the situation and suggesting that maybe there's still time to work something out. They're not directly taking sides, but it's clear they're uncomfortable with all the family tension and wish I would just give in to make it go away. The worst part is that I know this is going to affect family gatherings for years to come. Christmas is going to be awkward. Weddings are going to be awkward. Anytime the whole extended family gets together, there's going to be this underlying tension about what happened with the inheritance. I'm sticking with my decision, though. I used the money exactly like I planned. Put it straight toward my student loans. It knocked off about 1/3 of what I owed, and will save me thousands in interest over the next few years. I know I made the right choice, but dealing with the family fallout has been exhausting. Was I wrong to keep my inheritance instead of giving it up to keep the peace, even though my cousin is struggling and the whole family thinks I'm being selfish?